Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the MEA board meeting for Thursday, February 7th. Nice to see a great crowd here tonight, and I don't think you're going to be disappointed. We actually have a very ambitious agenda this evening, board members. Just fair warning, I think I told you at the end of last meeting. So what we're going to actually do this evening, just so we can get through all the material in a timely or somewhat timely manner, is we're going to actually have a 3-minute limit on public comment for each item. So just, I think that will work out fine, but I just wanted to make that announcement up front. Before we get into the agenda for this evening, our first order of business is actually to swear in a couple of new members. So Dawn, why don't you take it away on that?
Great, happy to. So we have two new members joining us this evening. We're really excited about having both of you join the team. So we're going to do swearing in for Emmett O'Donnell with Tiburon and Ray with Sausalito. So let's start with Emmett. Emmett, if you can stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Emmett O'Donnell,
I, Emmett O'Donnell,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to embark.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome to the board. Great, and Ray, you're next. You can stand, raise your right hand. I, Emmett O'Donnell. You're not repeating. I can tell this is going to be a problem.
I, Raymond Withy,
You do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Welcome to the board.
Thank you.
Very happy to have you both on board. Okay, so why don't we proceed to the agenda. Item 1, board announcements.
I have a question. And
Sure.
I don't know exactly how we go about this, but there was an issue that I had about moving some of these renewal of agreements, 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12, into the consent agenda. I don't know if there's a procedural method by which we could do that at this point, or whether there's someone that wanted in the consent agenda.
Well, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are going to kind of be the linchpin of the whole evening tonight, so we're going to keep those on the agenda. But going forward, if you have any ideas on just how we can maybe streamline, obviously we're open to that for sure. Thanks, Director Cox.
I have a request, and that is that for our agendas, if we could have a table of contents that goes with them, or even on the agenda itself, list the page number where each one of these starts. That would be very helpful.
And that's so we can reference it on our tablets.
Yes.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it would just be
I
great.
might suggest that if anybody uses PDF Expert, which I use, it's, each agenda item is already listed as a bookmark. They're already bookmarked automatically.
And also if you have iAnnotate, Sarah Gardner or any of us can help you get set up with that, and I can show you.
Yeah, for those of you that do have iAnnotate, there's a little arrow on the far left of your screen. If you push on that and then go down to the outline button, you'll get a table of contents that's really useful. We've built the packet with that in mind, so it should work for everyone. If you're not able to get to the table of contents, then it's going to be tricky to follow the packet, so just let us know if you need help with that.
Okay, great. Sounds like it would be worthwhile for everyone to get that voted on. Item 2, public open time.
On the items of the agenda?
Not on the agenda. It's wonderful to see 2 new members of this wonderful board. As I was about
Leslie,
to
if you
become
can state your name.
Leslie Alden, I'm sorry if I never.
Do we have a microphone?
Leslie Alden, aide supervisor, Kate Sears. And I've been with MEA since before it was MEA. And I wanted to say welcome to the 2 new members. But as I was about to leave to come to this meeting this evening, I got a call from one of the recently retired members. It wasn't Jonathan Leon. It was Dick Collins, who was one of the founding board members of MEA, and just a tremendous asset as we got this little engine that could up and running. And he was comfortable with my sharing with all of you that he is doing very well. He's working on getting through some therapy and getting back on board. He promises he's going to be back causing trouble, as he put it. Very soon. But he just is a delightful, charming, intelligent, wonderful human being, and it was a really delightful conversation to have just before coming to this meeting and welcoming 2 new members. And as the staff has grown so much and the board has grown so much, it is kind of nice to remember some of these roots and some of the people that really were part of getting this up and running. So I just wanted to let everyone know that Dick is doing well. Thank you.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks, Leslie. No, Dick is in our thoughts, and we look forward to having him back.
I just want to give you a little update on the San Onofre craziness. If you haven't heard, the
If you can also state your name.
Barbara George, thank you, and I live in Fairfax. Anyway, the San Onofre, this is kind of a regulatory story in a way. Turns out that the Edison made part of the specifications for getting the contract to build their steam generators was an agreement to avoid the review by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission called a license amendment. And as a result, they could have killed 8.4 million people in the area around San Onofre because their steam generators seriously malfunctioned. Looks like they are really not fixable. But Edison wants to start one up and run it just for a few months just to see what happens. So that's what I've been working on.
Thanks, Barbara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Haskell. I'm with SunTrek Solar. I've been developing a megawatt of feed-in tariff project, and I've been involved with trying to look at getting that project permitted. And we've got millions of dollars worth of staff time. We've done a lot. We've come a long ways. But it was very interesting. And I pulled out a document from the Marin County Community Development Agency that was a description about building permits. And I draw the chairman's attention to exemptions on page 4 in item 3. And that exemption is, Mr. Chairman, oil derricks. When I first read that, I thought, oh my God, it can't be true. But it is. But what's even more disturbing to me as someone who's developing solar in this district is that I went to the city of San Rafael and got a receipt for the building permit for the 1 megawatt at the airport. It's $1,618.15. I went to get our 1 megawatt project permitted today at the county office. And the price they gave me was $42,000. I believe that this organization has done magnificent, but institutional framework, regulatory barriers, such something as so profound as that, and it needs to be addressed. If I'm wrong, if the person at the desk at the county office informed me inappropriately, I hope that someone will correct it. But that kind of anomaly of $1,600, and they apologized for that price. It's the NFL. They had a fast track. It could have been much cheaper. But in the context of the county, $42,000 for the same project. And it was at that moment in time I looked, kind of looked to the sky, and I thought to myself, and many of us in this room would probably concur, is that, Charles, I wish you were there now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haskell. Any other members of the public?
I'm Bob Williamson. I live in Sonoma County, and I've been following our Sonoma Clean Power. And of course, we have looked a lot at what you've done in the last year or so. One thing that is going to be important to our analysis moving forward is the number of customers we're going to have, and that depends upon the opt-out rate. And I was wondering, I've seen in your integrated resource plan that the estimate there for the opt-out rate, phase 2 is 30%, and for Richmond is 30%. But I was wondering when we're going to have the actual numbers from your phase 2 as to what the opt-out rate was, so that we can kind of, fix on something with some data substance to it.
Dawn, I think you can answer that.
Sure, happy to. So we've seen a pretty consistent opt-out rate with all of our enrollments between 2010 and up to and including the most recent enrollment that occurred last summer of between 20 and 25%.
So phase 2 is between 20 and 25.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Any other members of the public? Okay, great. Item 3, report from Executive Officer.
Sure, I have a couple of items this evening. First, I wanted to report that the office expansion that we embarked on late in December is now complete, and the space has turned out to be a good fit for our needs. The exciting news is that we're able to get the office completely furnished with donated furniture that's actually in very good condition and is kind of goes together, so it's not too much of a hodgepodge. So we're really grateful to Farnsworth Mayflower for helping to make sure we could get access to that furniture, which was would have been thrown in the dump if we hadn't taken it. It was from an office building in the East Bay that was shutting down. And so we're actually working on an estimated value of that furniture because we'll need to include it in our budget. But it was a very big benefit and will continue to be a big benefit to us. Just to give you an idea, we furnished about 10 offices with desks, bookcases, filing cabinets, and we also got a beautiful conference table with about 16 leather chairs to go with it. So we're really grateful that that worked out. And thanks for everyone that helped out, including Greg, who helped refinish the table every morning when he came in for a couple weeks. So thank you. The next item I wanted to report on is the Green Power Partnership. And as many of you may have seen, we've been assisting our member agencies, our cities and towns and the county, with applying to become a Green Power Partner and applying to become a Green Power Partner community. This is a program that's offered through the EPA for local governments or businesses that are purchasing a high level of renewable energy. And so those of you who are purchasing energy through Marine Clean Energy qualify for this program. And our staff has been able to assist with the application process so that it doesn't fall on your own city and town staff. And Simon, who I think is here tonight, Simon, are you here? Can you wave? Or Simon? Simon has been assisting with getting all the applications in, and he reported to me today that by Monday we should start seeing our member agencies showing up on the website. And I think we're going to have a big effect on their current list, that they have a top 10, top 20, top 50 right now, and I think we're going to see a lot of Marin municipalities showing up on that. The other exciting thing is that as part of the program, those who apply and are certified, each community will receive 2 road signs that look like this. So they might be a little larger, I'm sure, and the city or town can decide where to put these on the road. But it's nice kudos from the EPA to say thank you for buying green energy. Those will be mailed to us sometime in the next few weeks, and we'll be presenting them to the city councils as they come through. The next item I wanted to report on is that Marin Clean Energy was selected to receive a Climate Change Business Journal Award in honor of our local feed-in tariff program. And they noted that that program is really spurring investments in distributed solar and other renewable projects. And we wanted to give a special thank you to Christine Gregorak for nominating us. She's a local advocate. We really appreciate her putting her name out there. It's really great to receive that type of award. The next item I wanted to report on is a big welcome to the newest addition to our staff team, Ben Choi. Ben, if you could stand up so everyone can see you. Ben has come on as an extra hire to help us as an account manager. He comes to us from the city of Richmond, where he currently lives, and he has a range of experience, including working with the Business Energy Coalition in San Francisco, where he assisted with communications and outreach for demand response programs, something we might be calling on from time to time. So thanks for joining the team, Ben. We really appreciate you. I should mention, if it isn't obvious, that Ben's role will be helping with a lot of the customer outreach in Richmond and assisting with customer inquiries during the enrollment process. So I'm excited to have him with us. And the last thing I wanted to report on is that we had a visit in mid-January with the Richmond Chamber of Commerce, and we're presented with a plaque commemorating MCE as a member. And Alex has that plaque with us that will be living in our office after this meeting. And thank you, Damon, for representing us at that meeting. We appreciate that.
My pleasure.
And that's it for my report.
Great. Any questions for Don from the board or public? Okay, thanks for that report. I think all of our jurisdictions look forward to our signs, right? Working toward those. Okay, item 4, consent calendar. Hopefully everyone had a chance to review those items.
I'll move.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That matter carries. Item 5, energy efficiency update. And again, this is going to be a package of items and kind of a real meaty item for the agency and certainly in the meeting tonight. So Don, why don't you kick us off with that item?
Great. So we're going to be talking about energy efficiency a lot tonight, and Becky is going to primarily introduce this item and walk us through a detailed presentation. But just by way of background, we've been looking to implement energy efficiency programs ever since this agency launched, and actually even before the agency launched, energy efficiency was part of the vision of the Marin Energy Authority. We were able to pull together and submit an energy efficiency plan early last year after participating in an effort to get legislation passed that provided more flexibility in how CCA programs could administer energy efficiency programs. So 1 month after that legislation went into effect, we submitted our plan to the CPUC for a comprehensive energy efficiency program. We were awarded funding in August to launch a 2012 program, and then shortly thereafter we were awarded funding for a 2013-2014 program. Becky was hired as a result of those funding awards, and she's been an amazing, tremendous addition to the team. She's going to walk you through the components of those programs that were approved by the CPUC. And as we get into implementation now, it's going to be very important that we're able to really keep the momentum going and ensure that we're able to deliver on the promises that were made to the CPUC, show that we're able to implement cost-effective programs that achieve a lot of results. And we are in the 2013-2014 cycle now, so we're excited about the momentum that's already occurred and look forward to continuing to move forward. So I'll turn it over to Becky to give us the overview.
Again, for visual interest, I'll move myself over to the podium. Great. So thank you again for letting me present before the board. I'm very excited to talk about some of the accomplishments that we've made in our energy efficiency program to date and give you sort of a roadmap for what we're planning on doing into the future. Dawn covered some of the background, but again, just to reiterate that since the inception of Marin Energy Authority, energy efficiency has been a cornerstone of the vision. Energy efficiency results in greenhouse gas reductions as a reduction in energies, and in fact, in the loading order, it is the very first thing that should be implemented as it is the most cost-effective means of reducing greenhouse gas. It provides benefits to customers by reducing energy costs, which should enable customers to do things like the deep green option. MEA has, as I said, supported energy efficiency from the very beginning. MEA sponsored SB 790 in 2011 to support the ability of CCAs to administer energy efficiency programs. As a result of that, MEA was allocated funding first in 2012, about $328,000. That's not an exact number, it's tied to usage. And then in 2013-2014, a much more substantial award of just over $4.1 million. What's exciting to mention about this is that as of 2013, with the joining of the City of Richmond to the overall MEA organization, we're also able to serve customers in the City of Richmond, even in advance of the phase-in opt-in in Richmond. So I think that's very exciting as well. Just to give a high-level description of the main programs that were approved, there are 3 programs which fall under a direct service element, meaning that we're actually doing energy efficiency activities, going door to door, etc. The first is a multifamily program. We have a small commercial program, a single family program, and then we run into our other programs, which are more sort of high level, including a financing element with an on-bill repayment program. And I think this is an appropriate time for me to mention that MEA is the only entity that's regulated by the CPUC that has the authority to move forward with financing programs right now. We were actually given the authority to do that in advance of the investor-owned utilities in the statewide process, which is very exciting. Additionally, we have the ability to offer a standard offer pilot program, which is a really exciting, innovative concept that's being tried in the East Coast and could be a way to either extremely streamline energy efficiency delivery and achieve energy efficiency programs at a very cheap cost, or it could also be a way to really spur innovation in the program. One of the things that's really important to keep in mind as we examine the programs that MEA is offering is that the CPUC had advised MEA to offer programs that had minimal overlap with existing programs and other programs that were operating in the area. This is particularly important in the case of the single-family program. I'll touch on this point again, but what this essentially means is that rather than delivering a program that exists, we're focusing on hard-to-reach sectors. We're trying to address customers that aren't currently getting addressed, or try innovative program approaches that aren't currently being attempted. To get a little bit more into the detail about some of the sub-programs, the multifamily program, as I mentioned, is really targeting an underserved market sector. Multifamily has traditionally been left behind in a lot of the California Public Utility Commission programs. It's a very hard sector to serve, and there hasn't been a lot of innovation on how to accomplish that. MEA has put together a very strong program design which combines financing, technical assistance, hand-holding of property owners where necessary, and some direct install components to help bring down the overall program cost and overcome something called the split incentive, which is a pervasive issue in the multifamily and small commercial sector. The split incentive, for those of you who aren't familiar with energy efficiency lingo, is where the owner of the property who controls the ability to make decisions about what technology or building systems are in place is not the person who pays the energy bills. Therefore, the owner of the property who can decide whether or not to change the heating system to a more efficient one has no economic incentive to do that because they're not paying the energy efficiency bills. The small commercial sector is another sector that also suffers from the split incentive, and MEA has put together, again, a very similar sort of comprehensive full suite of program services. We're aiming to provide on-bill repayment financing, technical assistance to make clear to property owners what their options are, and to be able to install those measures at very low effort for the property owner. It also targets very high energy segments, restaurants, retail, professional services. I'm particularly a big fan of trying to focus on small commercial because it gives sort of a triple bottom line to the community. or small commercial business owners who often have cash flow issues and are unable to really benefit from doing for the business operation can save energy, save money as a result of that, and have a stronger economic vitality. The single-family program, as I mentioned, is designed to be something that sort of fits between some of the existing programs. Many of you may be familiar with the Energy Upgrade California program. It was a big effort of the stimulus-funded era and a big program with the California Public Utilities Commission. It's sort of a whole house retrofit program. But one thing that we think would really complement both that program and help to serve customers who aren't quite ready to invest $12,000 to $55,000 in a whole home retrofit is providing sort of an education and information via web service technology. What's innovative about the concept that was presented in MEA's program implementation plan is that it not only provides information and resources to homeowners about what their options are, it can connect them to information about resources like rebates and incentives. It includes information about financial incentives, such as financing that can be available to the homeowner to help complete a project, and it includes a tracking element. So both the homeowner and the program administrator can measure the impacts of the program over time. The last bit that is part of our sub-programs is the financing element. Our on-bill repayment pilot program is offered for small commercial, multifamily, and single-family. Again, as I mentioned, we're the first entity in the state that's able to move forward with an on-bill repayment program for these sectors. We're very excited to do that. Additionally, we've been working hard on trying to find lenders for this program, but I'm going to talk about that later, so I won't do that yet. I'll also talk about the standard offer program in a second. So just an implementation roadmap. I'll touch briefly on some of our program accomplishments as we move into this next part of the presentation. 2013-2014 program planning and implementation, and then finally I'll close with a little discussion about the programs that we have in development. So the 2012 program that we received funding for in August is focused specifically on multifamily, and it's been a really great opportunity for MEA to sort of get its feet wet, to try out a couple of program vendors, and to really try a couple of program approaches to make sure that we're doing things the way we think they should be done. We've accomplished some of our first energy assessments, both in Nova Albion Way and in the Plan property, which I wrote down a keynote. I think it's the Community Land Association of West Marin, Community Land Trust Association of West Marin. This is a really fun project for a lot of us. It's a senior housing, affordable housing project in West Marin, Point Reyes Station. And it's been really fun to get involved with the people who, the good people who are doing the work there. Additionally, we have more projects in the pipeline. We've been working with Marin Housing Authority on a significant rehabilitation project that they're undertaking, which could serve over 500 income qualified units in the Marin area. And we had a very promising first meeting with the Richmond Housing Authority, who similarly is about to undertake some significant rehabs on 4 or 5 of their income qualified properties, 2 or 3 of which may be an excellent fit for this program. The other 2 are single family, but the multifamily should be very excellent. So we're really excited about that opportunity as well. Even since I developed this presentation, we've gotten 3 or 4 more applications in the door. So we're really starting to see a ramp up in program activity. Continuing with the program accomplishments, one of the big hurdles that we had to accomplish was to do a January 14th compliance filing with the California Public Utilities Commission. This was a condition of receiving funding for 2013-2014. Basically gave us an opportunity to resubmit our program implementation plan responding to any direction from the California Public Utilities Commission that we tweak this or that about the program. We have some slight revisions to program design. One of the main things worth mentioning is that rather than paying on a per widget basis, meaning we don't just pay an incentive per refrigerator, an incentive per furnace, we're taking a custom project approach where we calculate energy savings that are specific to each site, and we tie energy savings to the incentive amount. So that actually makes it much more reasonable to do comprehensive projects, and it makes it easy to do custom projects that are more applicable to each site. So we're excited about that. It also resulted in a reduced savings estimates and performance metrics, but I think that this is much more realistic with the scope of funding and the type of underserved market sector that we're serving. Additionally, this brought us a lot more in line with some of the other main program implementation plans that have been submitted, for example, the regional energy networks. We're finally shifting from planning to implementation in full phase. First quarter 2013 is our final planning where we're able to really encapsulate our program policies and guidelines. We're helping to develop a direct install team with Marin City Community Development Corporation. We'll be touching on that later in the agenda. And then taking care of final details such as bulk purchasing of materials, One of the components of our program is to install light bulbs and shower heads for tenants at no cost to the property owner. Unfortunately, many of the light bulbs you buy at the store already have rebates from PG&E, so we have to actually find distributors that are upstream from that and make sure that we're not double dipping. So that's been a fun detail to take care of as well. On-bill repayment is one of my favorite things. Financing is very near and dear to my heart. It is shown over and over again to be one of the first cost barriers. So the on-bill repayment program I'm excited to talk about. We are in final stages of negotiating terms with the lender for the multifamily and small commercial. We're working with River City Bank to do this. River City Bank has been a great partner with MEA up to date and has proven to be a very positive partner for the on-bill repayment program as well. I'm not comfortable disclosing the final terms until we have a signed sheet in front of us, but suffice it to say I'm very excited about the terms that they've come across with, and I think it's a really positive way to start out our first financing program. I think we're going to be able to really make some good leadership in that area. We're searching right now for a single-family program lender, so if we have any bankers in the room, you can go ahead and stand up and identify yourselves. We do have some conversations that are ongoing and quite promising, but nothing that's quite close enough for me to start naming any names. We are working with a really progressive pilot program with the longest acronym in the state, Saving Neighborhood Energy to Generate Neighborhood Wealth. It's headed by Lori Bamberger, who has significant experience working on financing at the national level and is really motivated by trying to find ways to empower low-income communities in particular. She has some very cool ideas, and we're very excited about that partnership as well. So we're looking at maybe a second quarter launch for multifamily and small commercial if we stay on target, and maybe a third quarter launch for the single family program. And then the standard offer program is something that we're putting a little bit on the back burner until we can get through the first phase of planning and implementation. Once our programs are up and running, we're looking to really dig into that one. We're starting to brainstorm some of the high-level program goals that might guide the way we design the standard offer program, and we'll be bringing that to the technical committee on Monday morning. So if people are really looking forward to discussing energy efficiency policy, I would encourage you to attend.
Becky, can you spend like 1 minute just reminding everyone what standard offer is?
Yeah, it's actually very exciting for me to work on this because this isn't a program that I had a lot of experience with prior to coming to MEA. But the concept behind a standard offer program is that you function energy efficiency programs basically on an auction basis, where you set a price per kilowatt hour reduction and allow a multitude of vendors to come bid in on how they're going to achieve that reduction. You can also do things such as attaching penalties in the contracts that you execute with the people who receive effective contracts. So they're on the hook for delivering a specific amount of savings. If they achieve those, they get paid. If they don't, they pay penalties. There are a few ways that you can structure standard offer programs. It's sort of like a rabbit hole of complexity. It seems simple at top, but as soon as you dig in, it gets much, much more complex. We've been working really closely with Lawrence Berkeley National Labs on this. Chuck Goldman at Lawrence Berkeley National Labs has a lot of experience in reviewing standard offer programs across the country. Their advice so far to us has been to really be clear on what we want to accomplish with this program, with our program goals. Whether our objective is to achieve the most amount of energy savings at the least cost, that might drive one program design, or whether our objective is to really spur the most innovation we can, maybe in hard-to-reach sectors. So that's another possibility, and you might design the program differently for one or the other. So you can hear more about that on Monday morning. So I think I'm going to go back, it looks like. So we have some proposed vendors for the program for 2013-2014. The multifamily program, as I mentioned, is ongoing. The total budget we have for that program for 2013-2014 is $860,000 with an incentive budget of about $360,000. I call that out separately because that funding is basically untouchable for us as program administrators. That remains for the property owners. From that, we have some proposed contracts which are on the board tonight. Association for Energy Affordability, Marin City Community Development Corporation, which should actually read $79,970, so I apologize for that typo. And Community Energy Services Corporation, which runs a local program called Smart Lights and is also a nonprofit. And then we're hoping to bring a contract for Rising Sun, who has a really strong youth energy services program, to the board in March. Single family program, we're looking for a March launch on that. Total program budget of around $580,000 with no incentives. And the proposed contract that we have before the board tonight is for Planet Ecosystems Incorporated at a level of $250,000. The small commercial program, again, we're hoping to achieve a March launch on that. We're working very closely with PG&E and with the Marin County Energy Watch program as we design and plan for the final stages of that. And therefore, our March launch date is really set with that in mind. And about $1.3 million and $872,000 incentive, and we'll be bringing a proposed contract to the board in March with Community Energy Services Corporation.
So Becky, one thing, perfect. You read my mind. I think one thing the board would be interested in, if you could go back to the last slide for a sec, really fleshing out how the proposed program came up with the specific allocations for each tranche, how it, essentially how our program is fitting in with the parameters of the PUC program, obviously, how decisions were made about potential vendors, et cetera, just kind of really flesh out how we got from point A to B.
Certainly. I think a lot of that will come up organically through our next presentation.
Okay, great.
Some of that I have to defer to Dawn because the actual writing of the plan was done by Dawn in all of her spare time, much before I came on board. So,
and I can say a little bit about that. So the budget that you'll see here is was drafted in part, just to back up a little bit, the initial plan that we submitted in February of 2012 was a comprehensive plan with many of the elements that you'll see here, but with some different approaches. Now, after submitting the plan, we interfaced quite a bit with the Public Utilities Commission Energy Division staff, and they provided a lot of guidance for some modifications and adjustments that should be made to help expedite the process of the proposal being approved and having funding being awarded. One of the things that they requested and strongly recommended was that we make some modifications to the program to ensure that there was really no overlap with existing programs that were being offered by the California Energy Commission or by the CPUC itself or by PG&E for that matter. One good example of this was with Energy Upgrade California. As you may know, the CPUC and the state really has put a lot of funding into laying a groundwork for the Energy Upgrade California program. This is a single-family program that goes out and helps customers on a residential level with energy upgrades and helps provide some incentives and some other types of support. And this program has been up and running for a couple of years, and the stakeholders at the state would really like to see this program continue. And so in our proposal, it was made clear that we should not be duplicating that program. We shouldn't be coming forward with a proposal for a single-family program that's going to do anything similar, but something that would complement what's already being done. And that's why the proposal was structured or adjusted in a couple of ways as far as the single-family program goes, to really be more based on software, web-based support, doing some, getting out in the community to get people aware of ways that they can get information through the software program. And we'll talk a lot more about that later. But the single-family program is one that had a big change from the February 2012 submittal between that time and the fall submittal that was ultimately approved for funding. There were also some modifications suggested in the small commercial program. With the proposal that was submitted in February 2012, we were looking to launch that program in 2012. And the response that we got from the Energy Division and folks at the CPUC was that the program really, it was too much too soon. And they were kind of at the tail end of a funding cycle. Much of the funds for energy efficiency programs had already been spent by the investor-owned utilities. And so it was important to the CPUC that we really scale back our program and defer the small commercial component until the 2013-2014 cycle. So that is what we did, and that's why we're going to be talking about launching the small commercial program quite a bit next month, and we're starting the planning for that now because that became a 2013-2014 request. The multifamily program was also adjusted, and what was requested there was that we scale it back quite a bit for the 2012 request. and then look for an expansion and building a more robust multifamily program in the 2013-2014 cycle. So as you can see, with all three of the components up on the screen, these components were in our original plan in February 2012, but each of them were modified based on input from the CPUC. And you know, the end result has been that our program submittal was approved and we're able to move forward. But it also has meant that there were some adjustments to how the program would be structured and how much dollars are allocated to each section.
Should we take questions at this point? Or Becky, what's the next phase?
Each of the proposed contracts that are associated with the energy efficiency program, starting with the Association for Energy Affordability, presentation, discussion, have the vendors come up and say hello, and then presumably, if it's at your pleasure, there'll be a vote on that, and then we move to the next one. So
Does the
similar
board
format.
want to ask some questions at this point, or wait till the end of the presentation?
This would really be the best time to ask questions that are more general, that apply to our overall energy efficiency plan, our program implementation plan, because this is the overview and discussion of the overview. The next step will be to talk about three of the specific vendor contracts that will be up for consideration tonight. And it's also worth mentioning that we have three other vendor contracts that will likely be coming to your board for consideration in March. We're kind of at the beginning of the implementation now for a lot of these program components. And so we'll have a number of contracts coming to you both tonight and in March.
Director Redcon.
So Don, I've heard you say a couple times on this energy efficiency program and the funding that came from the CPUC. Are there milestones or markers that we have to meet, and if we don't meet them, then next year they'll say, well, you didn't do well, so we're not going to give you as much money? Is that the kind of carrot and stick sort of situation that's going?
Yeah, the way that the metrics work, and I'm going to let Becky add on to this a bit more, but there's a TRC that is associated with performance of an energy efficiency program. And really what you're supposed to do in calculating your TRC is you factor in all the costs of the program, the administrative overhead, the incentives, and all of that. And then you calculate out your kilowatt hours saved, and you come up with a ratio. And so we will be judged based on our performance during the program cycle. So every month we need to be generating results. We need to be generating kilowatt hours saved in order to demonstrate that we can run an effective program. It absolutely will have bearing on our ability to apply for and successfully receive funds in the future. We definitely need to put our best foot forward and start achieving a lot of kilowatt hours saved so that we can demonstrate that. Do you want to comment further?
Yeah, slight clarification. Since the funding level is set, the component of that TRC calculation that we're really going to be evaluated against in 2015 is how well we did at accomplishing the energy savings that we estimated we would go forth and get. So that's really the variable in this that we're conscious of. Performance metrics also have an impact to just make sure that if we said we were going to talk to 500 homeowners, we came pretty close to doing that. It's sort of a process evaluation of our program as well. And I would say that Don is absolutely right. The most significant bearing this has is on whether or not our application for funding in 2015 is considered positively.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So I hope this is a problem that we have so many people competing for the different tranches that you're running out of money for the incentive that gets added. So do we have a plan of how we're going to communicate? Better hurry on down to MCE. Not a lot of money left to apply. Is there some thoughts about how that might work?
Well, the specific outreach that we're taking in this program, at least initially, is not really a broad blast marketing approach. And the reasoning for that is because they're really targeted engagement directly with property owners and decision makers. So what we've done instead is developed a high profile list of properties out of our accounts that we think will be a good match based on a number of characteristics. And so far what we're trying to do is follow up on phone calls. We're working with MCCDC to do that and generate leads from that. If we find that we're not getting sufficient traction with that to meet our targets and goals, I think it will be absolutely appropriate to consider another approach where we do a broad blast marketing campaign. My guess is we would be looking at that sometime in about the third quarter of this year.
May I just one last
Yes.
Well, I'm one of those people that they actually contacted, and I can just report to the board, my experience so far has been excellent. I had a property evaluated where they did a complete audit, came out, spit out a very detailed report. They can't say I understood everything in the report. That's normal. But what was very interesting about the report was there was a range from $0 to several $100,000 of energy efficiency improvements that could be made. And there was some very low-hanging fruit that actually there was 100% incentive available, things like light bulbs, all the way up to things like put very expensive solar array on the roof and everything in between. And so I thought it was very, very helpful, and we're going to be committing to doing some significant improvements based upon that. And I'm just saying, if that's how you approach all the different property owners, I think we are going to be very successful, because I think it was a very positive experience.
Great, thank you. It would be a smashing success if we run out of incentive dollars in the first year of our program. And actually, based on the MHA property, the Marin Housing Authority property, and the Richmond Housing Authority property, that actually may be a reality that we face. So it's very exciting.
Becky, just a quick follow-up. You mentioned Energy Upgrade California and how our program somewhat interrelates with that. I've heard some negative feedback on that statewide program. I'm wondering if you can touch on that, just kind of any lessons learned or how that'll play out for us.
Sure. So first, I'd like to say I was pretty intimately involved at the Energy Upgrade California for my previous life working at the Energy Commission. And you know, I think there are some good things in there too. That said, anytime there's a new program, there's going to be a lot of growing pains. I think one of the big learning lessons from Energy Upgrade California is it's a really complex program. Especially, there's a basic package and an advanced package, but the basic package didn't really work for a lot of homeowners. They were disqualified right off the bat because maybe they'd installed the shower head and you had to be able to do everything in order to qualify for the package. So a lot of homeowners were routed to the advanced package, which isn't the easiest thing to understand. So that was a big barrier that people faced. Another big barrier was that the burden for contractors to participate in the program is relatively high. And then there wasn't as much demand as I think a lot of those contractors were led to believe, in large part I think because of the lack of some of the financing options that have been projected statewide. So there were some growing pains associated with that. And then another really popular one for people to point out is the software that was used to generate the projections of energy savings estimates. The Energy Commission uses Energy Pro for their compliance software for things like their Title 24 and Title 20 verification. And that software was essentially adapted to sort of fit with the Energy Upgrade California program because there wasn't, at that time, a real front runner that had presented itself. It's not a super user-friendly software. Anytime you're working with building simulations, there's going to be some variability. So I think that there were a lot of complaints associated with that as well.
So it sounds like hopefully lessons learned.
Definitely lessons learned. There is an ongoing Energy Upgrade California steering committee that we've been able to participate in on occasion to help share some insights to the IOUs and the Public Utilities Commission. One really dramatic change in the program is that as the stimulus funding has sort of dried up, the investor-owned utilities are taking much more of a driver's seat in the Energy Upgrade California program than they had in the previous years. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of change that has on the overall program implementation. One thing I think that's really worth noting is that the software tool that we're bringing for consideration under one of our agenda items is actually something that should significantly help with the homeowner confusion aspect of the program. Additionally, the California Public Utilities Commission has expressed openness to considering other software platforms as the basis for projecting energy savings, and there might be some openness there for us as well.
Great. Any further questions for Becky at this point? Okay, why don't we take it away then?
All right, moving on down. I'm not going anywhere. So the next item that we have before you is consideration of a proposed contract with the Association for Energy Affordability. I'm going to stand up and talk about how great they are and why we think they're such a good partner for the organization for a bit, and then I'll go through a little bit about the proposed scope of work that we have with them. So Association for Energy Affordability, I should mention that many of the vendors that are brought before you tonight, in fact every single one of the vendors that were brought before you tonight, were folks who were vetted through a process by Dawn, actually in advance to me coming on board. And then I was able to come join the team and help to review some of the vendors that have been considered for implementation and weigh in on that process as well. Association for Energy Affordability was actually an organization who I've seen in the marketplace before. I was thrilled that they were part of the team. I can talk a little bit about some of their qualifications. The Association for Energy Affordability is a not-for-profit, mission-driven organization. They really provide technical services and training to help increase energy efficiency implementation, particularly in multifamily buildings. They've been doing this for the past 19 years. Fairly robust size organization, 130 professional engineers, project managers, building scientists, trainers, and technical consultants. They have a large and diverse base of clients. That includes utilities, such as MEA, and some of the large East Coast utilities like Con Edison. They have federal, state, and local housing agencies that they've worked with, and over 1,000 building owners, managed companies, and developers. In addition to sort of their base organizational efforts, Association for Energy Affordability has been involved in some national multifamily efforts that are more on the policy formation, including being the market lead for the Department of Energy and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory's standard work specifications for the multifamily energy upgrades development process. They chaired the working group charged with developing the multifamily energy auditor standards for the Building Performance Institute. For those of you who are really savvy in the energy industry, that should set off a light bulb. For those of you who are relatively new to it, I'll let you know that the BPI is currently the prevailing standard being used by the California Public Utilities Commission, both for single-family and for multifamily whole building retrofits. In addition to this, they were lead members of the development team for the Oak Ridge National Labs Multifamily Energy Audit Guidelines document, so they literally wrote the book in auditing multifamily. And they've been the manager of the National Multifamily Buildings Energy Efficiency Conference Series. Next month's planned in October 2013, and I expect to see some of our program success there. Ongoing to some of their experience, specifically in California, they've been involved in the California Weatherization Assistance Program. This is a housing and urban development program. In this program, they've been able to serve as an energy auditor and technical service provider. They also have been working with the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, TCAC, for the Sustainable Buildings Method Program. They're energy auditors, commissioners, Green Point rated, and HERS raters, and they're also serving as general technical consultants for property owners. They're participating raters under the Energy Upgrade California multifamily programs in Alameda, San Diego, and Los Angeles County. Those are stimulus-funded programs. Additionally, they're with Enterprise, the Multifamily Green Retrofit Initiative, Low-Income Investment Funds Community Facilities Program, Low-Income Investment Funds Bay Area Multifamily Fund, which is another stimulus-funded program, and they're members of the California Multifamily Home Energy Retrofit Coordinating Committee. Tons of acronyms there for your enjoyment. One of the things that I think is really nice about this resume of programs out there involved in this is everything from the Weatherization Assistance Program, which has been around for years and years and years. It's a very set in stone federal program, very precise guidelines and very prescriptive ways of doing business. And the participating rater under Energy Upgrade California, which has been one of the more innovative, groundbreaking multifamily programs, really trying to crack the nut of how you achieve whole building retrofits in multifamily programs. So I think it represents a very diverse mix of program experiences. The technical services they can provide are investment-grade energy audits, ASHRAE level 1, 2, and 3. In fact, this has been some of the language that has really helped secure our lenders as being willing to participate in lending with us. They can do site assessment, basically soup to nuts energy audit services. They're also qualified for commissioning and retro commissioning, LEED and Green Point rating, and HERS rating. So these are just some of the certifications they hold. A big part of the Association for Energy Affordability organization is to do training, and we're actually wondering if there's ways that we can leverage that expertise that they bring to the table as well. They have a Building Performance Institute Training Center. They offer multifamily building analyst training, energy efficient multifamily building operators, hydronic heating specialists. Those are all certifications under the BPI standard that they can deliver. I should pause and mention what an asset that is for our organization. If you want to bring a BPI certified trainer to your organization to deliver the training, it can be as much as $10,000 or $15,000 just to bring the trainer. So having these folks under contract to us is really a benefit to us for that reason as well. In addition, they can do training for boilers and heating contractor, passive house training for tradespeople, and the USGBC G-Pro training. So that's a little bit about why we feel that they're just really a stellar partner to be working with. We had an initial agreement with the Association of Energy Affordability to do some of the efforts for our 2012 program. And then I'd like to talk a little bit about the proposed scope for the second agreement as well. The first agreement that we had with them ran from September to December of last year, providing multifamily technical support and a total budget of $20,000. The scope included everything from program scoping and design, helping us develop program guidelines, set incentive levels, set our energy audit structure, to actually going out and doing the work, doing the building analysis, the energy audits, and doing some of the measure implementation. They provide an oversight role for the measure implementation, doing quality assurance and quality control to make sure that the measures were installed correctly and will therefore deliver the energy efficiency savings that we projected they would. This is an incredibly valuable role. In addition to that, they can do data measurement for evaluation, monitoring, and verification, which will very much come in handy when we move into the compliance phase, representing to the California Public Utilities Commission that we did achieve the savings that we said we would go out and achieve. First agreement accomplishments. They have really been instrumental in helping assist to screen property owners to identify what might be characteristics of a high-profile, high-potential property. In addition to that, they are the ones who are going out and accomplishing the energy assessments. So far, we've accomplished the Nova Albion Way and the Clam property. The Marin Housing Authority was a bit of a special case because they came with their energy efficiency projections already completed by Johnson Controls. The AEA has been able to do some quality assurance on those and help tie them to our energy assessments. We also need to go out and do some initial work there to identify the number of light bulbs and aerators so we can be prepared to finish that. So they'll be the ones on the ground with their clipboards. And then they've had significant assistance with program design, both in helping us determine what level of incentives would be appropriate to move the market and motivate action, to develop program guidelines and quality assurance. Many of the items that are in your packet, you have the first agreement in your packet, you have the proposed second agreement in your packet, and then you have a number of materials that they helped to develop for our program, including the sample audit report, which was the first one. Thanks, Len, for allowing us to use you as a guinea pig. If you want to see everything that Len can do in his property and hassle him about doing more, here's where you find that out. They helped us develop the general minimum performance requirements. This is an incredibly valuable piece. A lot of times property owners know that they want to do energy efficiency, but they don't know what that means really. So the minimum performance requirements help develop bid specifications so you can work with contractors and let them know this is what we need in order to guarantee the energy savings that we know you can get. So that's something that's really valuable we can continue to use throughout our program. And then of course there are the resumes. So that's just a little tour of your board packet. For the proposed second agreement, we're looking to work with the Association of Energy Affordability throughout the year 2013, delivering essentially the same set of services that they've delivered for the 2013 program. While we have program scoping and design in here that's more of an adaptive management role, if we notice that we need to make program tweaks to our existing guidelines as we move on, really we're focusing much more on the actual implementation, building audits, building analysis, energy audits, measure implementation, including quality assurance, quality control, data measurement for evaluation, monitoring, and verification. And the proposed contract amount is $160,000 for that. So that is all of the information I have to deliver on Association for Energy Affordability. I'm to open for questions and comments.
So Becky, just a couple of real nitpicky things. In the documents in our packet, it indicates that the first agreement went from September 2012 until March 31st of 2013. And you indicate in the slides that that agreement goes until the end of 2012. I'm assuming some adjustment has been made in the duration of the first agreement, so it doesn't overlap with the second agreement?
No, that's actually probably my error.
Okay.
This agreement is printed from our executed contract documents, and that's more accurate than me.
Well, here's another potential error that's somewhat more significant. In the document in our packet, it says that the second agreement is for $106,000, and your presentation said $160,000.
Again, I'm going to have to go with the actual contract documents instead of my PowerPoint presentation, so $106,000 is probably the appropriate amount.
Yeah, thank you.
Gosh, I'm sorry about those errors.
Don, maybe if you can elaborate a little bit more on just how this vendor was selected, seemingly impeccable credentials, but just so the board has a sense of why AEA.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the summer of last year, leading up into August, we were looking for vendors that would be that had expertise in the multifamily sector And we actually reached out through existing channels that we have to find some vendors that provide services in this area, and there aren't very many. The multifamily sector is really kind of an untouched sector for energy efficiency, and our program really is kind of seen as a cutting-edge program. The investor-owned utilities have been pushed to do multifamily programs for many years and have kind of been dragging their feet. So there really aren't a lot of experienced vendors out there. AEA was recommended to us by a number of different sources, and so we actually reached out to them and asked them to come in and meet with us. We also reached out to several other organizations, and many organizations reached out to us. And so we met with a number of vendors during a pretty short window between July and August as we were pulling together the proposal and preparing to submit it to the CPUC. AEA really stood out because of their many years of experience in this sector, and they, as Becky mentioned, they started out in the East Coast where houses are really cold, in the Northeast, working in big multifamily buildings, having a lot of success there. They transplanted over here and have an office in the East Bay now that's been doing a lot of work in the multifamily sector in California, Northern California, particularly in the Bay Area. And just their track record and their the level of expertise on their team really stood head and shoulders above any other vendor that we talked to. We did find vendors that had experience in the single-family sector and in the large commercial sector. That's where there are a lot of vendors in the large commercial sector, because there's a lot of easy low-hanging fruit in that sector. But the multifamily is not of interest to as many vendors. So we were very pleased that we were able to find a company with as much expertise as AEA.
Any further board questions? And again, I think as the evening goes on, we'll see how this piece fits in with the other two pieces we're about to hear about. Becky, go ahead.
One thing I was completely remiss about, I did ask if Andy Brooks from Association of Energy Affordability to come tonight, and if it's okay, I'd like him to get up and say.
I was actually just going to ask that.
Yeah.
There's someone here for me.
Yeah.
Yes, I cannot speak anywhere near as quickly as Becky. So.
Becky and I balance each other out.
It is true what Don said. We are in an extremely niche area. For the past 20 years, as Becky indicated, I'm not going to go and talk too much more about our accomplishments and what we do as an organization day to day, because she's done a fantastic overview. But for the past 20 years, we have specialized in nothing but energy efficiency, specifically in multifamily housing. And I concur with Becky that it is a very challenging segment to deal with, but we bring a lot of expertise to that challenge. In that time, we've played a kind of large variety of roles in a large variety of programs. And I can say that over that period of time, we have seen programs that are successful, multifamily programs that are successful, and some that are not so successful. And because of that, we've come to have a pretty good understanding of what program potential looks like. And I have to say that we've been completely blown away with the work that Becky and Dawn and the team, but in particular that Becky has done in an extremely short amount of time. First, just to wrap her head around the whole program implementation plan that was there to begin with, but then to kind of modify it and update it and really get it into a workable fashion, it has been really impressive. And the thing that we are really excited about is that what they've developed is a very innovative program. I can't say that I know of any other multifamily program out there that's doing exactly what they're proposing. But it's also at the same time, it doesn't risk what a lot of innovative program designs, it doesn't come along with what a lot of innovative program designs come along with, which is really infeasible to implement. that we as program implementers see this as being innovative, but yet at the same time completely feasible to implement. And not only feasible, but streamlined in the implementation. So we, over the past few months, have been working with them. It's been a fantastic relationship, and we feel that we've brought a lot of our experience to bear in helping them craft that program design and implementation program, helping them with their compliance filing documentation. And so we have become very, very invested in the success of this program. That's really emotionally invested in this. We really want to see this program work. We really believe that it can. And so we're just really hoping to continue this relationship and continue to bring our experience to it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Question?
Yeah, Barbara, 1 sec. So actually, I was putting some thought into whether we should just hear about all 3 contracts and then vote at the end. But you know what? I think unless the board has a strong feeling otherwise, maybe take each item in turn. So why don't we have public comment on this item, Barbara, the AEA contract?
Oh, well, I had one question on this particular one, but I guess I can make a couple comments.
Sorry, I kind of took over the podium.
I just wanted to ask, my question was, with our, just a little bit of background, with our energy supply programs like the feed-in tariff and the open seeds and this, that, and the other thing, MEA has had a very open process. A request for proposals is put out. It's put out to the market. I'm sure there are specific vendors who are also notified, but we put out a request for proposals. There's a fair chance for everybody to come to the table and submit a proposal. There is, the proposal, descriptions are there, here's what you're supposed to provide, here's, and it's a fair process from beginning to end. I believe that should happen in energy efficiency. I don't think it has happened here, and that is potentially going to be a big problem because there are people in the room tonight who have been passed over for one of these programs. And that's totally unnecessary and I think unfair, and I think it gives MEA a black eye to have that situation where we have people who have a lot to offer, who were pushed to the sidelines, never offered an opportunity to apply until the very last minute. I think everybody should be, on a level playing field. And I think that's going to make a really big difference in how the community perceives our programs going forward. I happen to know people who work in the multifamily area. I wasn't able to call them because I didn't know when there was a proposal on the table for that. That's, strictly apart from what other concerns I have tonight. So I think this is something that could seriously come back to bite us. I think that we need to have an open request for proposals. We had 6 months to do it last year. We had our proposal went into the commission in the beginning of July, middle of July. And we've had ever since then to have people notified and invited to submit a proposal. That's what I think needs to happen, and I think it needs to happen now, at least in some of these programs, because there is a problem with at least one of these.
Donna, do you want to respond?
Yeah, or maybe to expedite things, we could hear from any other members of the public and then respond to questions at the end.
That's great. Other members of the public, and this is on the AEA contract in particular.
I thought it was on the general energy efficiency topic that we...
Which is fine, and as I mentioned, they're all interrelated, but I think just for efficiency, we're going to take each item up one by one in terms of voting and content.
Yeah.
But your point is taken with regard to all the contracts.
Yeah, sure. So I heard two sort of comments, questions there, and what you just went over, Barbara. The first is, as far as running an RFP process, in some cases, we do run RFPs in open season, for example. In other cases, we enter into bilateral agreements. There's not a legal requirement one way or the other, so we try to use discretion to determine what is the best time and place to elect to do that effort or use other methods that in some cases would be more effective. In the case of this program, as we've described, there was a very condensed time frame for us to be able to vet vendors. And that's because the development of our proposal was really an iterative process with the CPUC Energy Division staff. So literally in July, we didn't know what our program was going to look like. We didn't know what the scope would include, what the size of the program would be, and what the requirements would be. So it was important to us to wait until some of that had been hammered out. But we did do outreach to vendors so that we would have a pool to kind of draw from once we had more definition around the program description. But we really didn't have that until the initial program was provided in August. I believe I'm aware of who you're referring to as far as being vetted, and I can certainly assure you that we did vet the vendor that you have recommended that we vet. And we do have we have careful criteria that we follow when we're looking at vendors. We look at experience, fit of experience with ability to roll out or implement the specific program that is being contemplated. We also check references, look at resumes, all that sort of thing. And I just want to assure you that we did vet all the folks that are in the room here tonight.
Was there an
and many
opportunity
others.
to apply, though? I don't believe there was an opportunity to apply.
I don't think we can engage in back and forth, but we can respond if you'd like.
Was there a proposal?
Any further board questions?
Can I just ask you a follow-up question? You know, for a public agency, it's often confusing when there may be a requirement to do an RFP and when there's not. And so I'm assuming that you've had a conversation with agency counsel to flesh out what our responsibilities are in any given instance.
Yes, absolutely. We consulted with Greg Stabanis at our municipal council.
Great.
So that being the case, can you give us a shortened version of when an RFP is required?
Well, for our agency, there actually are no cases where an RFP would be required. But there are many cases where it is helpful for the agency to do that. So it's really at the discretion of the agency to determine when to run an RFP and when to not run an RFP. We tend to do it when we want to, for example, when we're doing a procurement effort and we're interested in getting a lot of bids in at one time and we can compare apples to apples. Buying kilowatt hours of power is a pretty easy apples to apples exercise. There's a price, there's a kilowatt hour, and so it's a good opportunity to do an RFP. With a program where you have programmatic elements with subtle nuances and certain expertise and combinations of expertise that are needed, an RFP isn't quite as helpful because you end up getting sort of a hodgepodge of vendors that have some of the expertise but not all of the expertise. And so in the case where you're developing a program that's complex and has a lot of nuances, it typically works better to research and determine who's already out there in the space doing the work. We also found that because our program is relatively visible, we had a lot of vendors coming to us and asking how they could fit into the program and how they might be able to add value and be a good fit with the program. There are many vendors that wanted to participate that had expertise that didn't fit with the program design, but may in the future.
Okay, any further board questions or comments on this item, members of the public? Okay, well, why don't we bring item 6 back to the board, Second Amendment with AEA. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll move.
All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? That matter carries. Okay, item 7, second amendment with Planet Ecosystems.
Hello again. I haven't gone anywhere. So the second agreement that I'm bringing before you tonight is specific to the single-family program that we're hoping to offer here from Marin Energy Authority. I should actually say that we are required to offer here at Marin Energy Authority. Before I get too much into the presentation flow, which will follow the same format as the one we just saw with the slight tweak, I would like to also mention that, similar to some of the vetting that we've done with the other contracts, this one we have brought to several of the meetings of the technical committee. We brought them to the technical committee, executive committee, and they were on the agenda for the December board meeting and again are here before you tonight. One of the things I think is important to mention about that is that we received a lot of really good input at a lot of those meetings, and we're able to incorporate some of the suggestions from members of the public into the package that's before you tonight. And there are some details about that in the staff report, and I can also speak to that if desired. So just again, I'm going to give you an overview. We're going to talk a little bit about the single-family program that we're under obligation to the California Public Utilities Commission to deliver, to give you context. I'll talk a little bit about Planet Ecosystems and what expertise they bring to the table and why we feel they're a good fit. Move into the proposed scope of work that's before you for consideration tonight, and then talk a little bit about how Planet Ecosystems compares to some of the other vendors that are in the marketplace. This was a specific request of your board at the executive committee meeting. After I'm done with my spiel, I'll turn it over to Planet Ecosystems, who is in the best position to talk a little bit about the technical tool that's really being considered here for this program. So again, just a little bit about the single-family program that we have here. We've reiterated a few times tonight that it was really designed to fill a gap between some of the existing single-family programs that are in the marketplace. The entire concept of the program is to utilize web technology services to try and drive utility demand reductions. This is not an entirely new concept, but it is one that is really starting to gain growth and momentum in the marketplace, and there's a lot of interest in the Public Utilities Commission to see how well it works and to see if we can try and gain some success with this. The idea is to have a web tool to support that with education and services that can be ancillary to that. The web tool really serves as a one-stop shop. It's a primary venue for engagement with consumers. And then in addition to that, there are direct engagement activities that can help leverage the web platform technology, drive customers to the web platform, and inform them about the opportunities for monitoring their own energy use that are there. We have targets of about 6.5 million kilowatt hours, about 6,000 peak kilowatt demand reduction, and performance metrics of reaching over 42,000 homeowners with this program. So it's relatively ambitious, especially at a $580,000 budget for 2013-2014. Why does this program empower Marin Energy Authority customers? And actually I should say this is available to any person living in the Marin Energy Authority territory, regardless of whether or not they're a Marin Clean Energy customer. One of the things that is pervasive in homeowner desires to do energy efficiency is that there are many barriers to actually implementing energy efficiency retrofits, and many ways along the process where homeowners are known to drop off. One of the most compelling is the first cost barrier, not being able to come up with financing to cover the cost. But other barriers include too much information in the marketplace, not precise enough information in the marketplace, not information about the cost and things like that. So the idea here is that we're supporting the existing programs and our financing program by providing one platform where all the information is available for a consumer in a digestible, easy to understand format. In addition, we're broadening awareness of this tool by outreach programs which are tied back to the service and helping to provide steps to take action. Another thing that this tool can really help emphasize, which isn't really present in programs right now, is a behavioral focus. There are a lot of things that you as a consumer can do to save energy that aren't really tied to changing out a light bulb. Why not just turn off the lights when you're not in the room? Things like that. And having a web portal tool that not only motivates, educates about these kinds of things, but also provides a back-end means of tracking potential impacts, actually has the opportunity to really change the way we perceive energy efficiency programs. In addition, one of the things I'm particularly interested in is the valuable program administration tools that are embedded into the software tool. It's a tracking system that can measure the applications that we've received, the projects that have been done, the energy savings that have been accomplished as a result of that. This is going to make my life significantly easier when I have to report back to the California Public Utilities Commission on how we're using the funds and what we've achieved to date. On top of that, there's a program administrative dashboard, which serves as a sort of project management or construction management tool. We can track where projects are, whether they're an application, whether the audit's been performed, if we've received a signed scope of work, if the rebate has been paid. That's beneficial to us as program administrators, so we can keep track of what's in the pipeline, but most importantly, it's beneficial to the customers, so that they can have a better experience, that the process is more streamlined, and they come out of it knowing that their project has been really accomplished in the best time frame possible. We think that Planet Ecosystems is a really good team to work with. They've been working on their optimizer, which they'll talk about in the second phase of this presentation, since 2008. Through the process of developing that specific in-home energy optimizer, they spent 2 years conducting home audits in hundreds of homes, many of them in Sonoma County, for their partnership with the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program. In January of 2012, they launched the first version of the software with the Sonoma County Energy Independence Program, and it really was interfaced with Energy Upgrade California as well. I had the opportunity to speak with the County of Sonoma folks about their experiences working with Planet Ecosystems and received generally positive feedback on that as well. They've also been working with Best Buy and Geek Squad since August of 2012. The Planet Ecosystems team really brings a strong background in software development. They have a strong understanding of social marketing programs and how those work. There's a strong foundation in engineering, and there's also experience in finance, which is particularly relevant to us with our financial programs that we're hoping to launch. They have experience working with many Global 2000 companies. They've worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, I always forget what they changed it to, PricewaterhouseCoopers, shareholder, and they have a lot of experience working with utilities and consumers as well. When they first were introduced to me as a potential vendor for us to work with, I actually do not have a background in engineering, but I have many friends at the Energy Commission who do. So I requested from some of the senior engineers that work at the Energy Commission if I could sort of send Planet Ecosystems over there for a little meet and greet, and they could sort of look under the hood of the tool that they have. And I also received very positive feedback from the folks at the Energy Commission who are actually looking for ongoing engagement with them as they move into their AB 758 energy efficiency program. The proposed scope of work that's before you for consideration tonight includes 3 key functions. First is a program management, just to ensure that the IT systems are functioning, that any of the requests that we have are managed accordingly, and also to interface with the outreach teams, which will be on the ground, sort of directing folks back to the web services technology. The keystone of this contract, and the majority of it, is focused on the web services technology. There will be real strong functionality for the single-family program and some functionality for the multifamily program, and also a really valuable component around the financing marketplace to help get the word out about the financing program that we will be offering. In addition to that, there's a component of this which includes on-the-ground activities. A significant portion of this work will actually be subcontracted out, most likely, to teams that we think will be a good fit, who are delivering outreach engagement activities currently in the Marin County and City of Richmond area. But really the objective of this is focused in 4 areas: a schools program to help this web platform be focused around class curriculum and help engage students who can then go home and convince their parents to do the right thing. There are also neighborhood consultations, high energy user consultations, which I think will be particularly valuable for the Marin County area, and then a direct engagement pilot as well. So I apologize for a lot of text on kind of a small graphic. This is included in your board packet, and the board members have a little bit of a cheat sheet because they also have the key, which I used here, which I can explain to you right now. What this table does is it is a result of research that Raphael and myself conducted in advance of this board meeting, where we essentially looked around on the website to see who are some of the main competitors in the energy software delivery market, tracked down their contract information, many of them are public contracts, so you can get that information, and looked at how their costs and their services compared to what we're considering here tonight. What we generally find is that the cost is right in the range that we would expect to see, and on top of that, the services that we get for it are much more significant. So just for those of you in the audience who don't have the key, services provided column, WP stands for web platform. That really describes a web presence for the program, an area where customers can go find something on the website, get information about the program. WA is a web-based assessment. That's where homeowners have the opportunity to enter some information about their home and get back recommendations for energy improvements. PD is the program dashboard. That's the administrative tool that I'm really excited about. That allows tracking of the project as it goes through the process and also saves metrics about applications received, projects completed, all the things that we need to report back to the Public Utilities Commission. And then OM is something called an outbound mailer. It's an outreach strategy that was designed to initiate customer interest and action regarding energy use. What it generally tends to do is show how your home and your energy usage compares to similar homes like that. So you can sort of benchmark yourself relative to similar houses and know, oh goodness, I'm doing much worse than my neighbor is. So that's another service that is potentially provided here as well. So this is in board packets. If you want to keep looking at it, I'm going to keep moving in the interest of time. And actually, at this point, I'm going to ask Planet Ecosystems to come up and to talk a little bit about the specific tool that is being considered tonight.
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Loy, and I'm one of the founders of Planet Ecosystems. Really what we got into this market to really try to help address is take the point of view of the consumer. The consumer in general is incredibly confused about what to do in their home. There's all sorts of options on the table. There's everything from energy efficiency upgrades to changing a refrigerator to putting more insulation in your home to changing lights. There's also behavioral things. For example, running full loads of laundry or changing the thermostat settings in your home. And importantly, there's also the opportunity to generate, to put solar panels up on your home. And what we found in going into hundreds and hundreds of homes in Sonoma County in 2009, 2010 is consumers can't figure this out. They can't make the trade-offs and they can't come up with a plan that really helps them to maximize their savings. They lack the skills, they don't have the time to do this, they want to avoid uncertainty, and they certainly don't want to spend a lot of money. And so generally consumers avoid making these decisions. And the right way for consumers to think about this is there's very complicated pricing structures and lots of things to do, but ultimately what you want to be coming up with is what's the right mix of behavioral items that are generally at the highest tier and the first investments you should make. What efficiency investments should you make after that? And then lastly, how does generation fit into the picture? So the whole concept of reduce then produce, consumers need answers to figure out and sort through this. And ultimately what our software helps consumers to do is sort through the very complicated problem that they're facing. So if you look at this, there's all sorts of different time horizons to different investments. Solar lasts 25 years, lights last 5 years. It's very difficult to sort through the different technologies that are out there. The second thing is that there's different types. There's behavior, there's efficiency, there's solar, and consumers are generally very confused about that. There's also different utilities. So there's electricity, there's gas, there's water, and some of the measures involve actually savings on all three of them. Importantly, there's very complicated pricing schemes in place. So the water district has tiered pricing, gas is tiered, and electricity is tiered, and it's very difficult for consumers to be able to sort through that and figure out really what are the 3 to 10 things that I should do to maximize my return. Importantly, it's also, you need to consider the different incentives that are out there, whether it be tax incentives for solar, whether it be tax or rebates that are in the marketplace. And you also need to consider the different unique energy characteristics of things you put in place. For example, when you look at something like solar, solar degrades over time. So if you're producing 100% today, 20 years from now, it will actually produce less. It'll produce maybe about 80%. And so to come up with the answer of how do I take my bill and then minimize it is a very, very complex problem and hasn't been addressed really in a satisfactory way until we rolled out our software. We also recognize that in addition to trying to minimize your spend, there's other goals that folks in Marin and Richmond will have. Probably about 2/3 to 3/4 of the folks are interested in how do I reduce my bill? How do I take a bill that's $3,000 or $4,000 a year and make it $1,000 or $2,000? But there's also different consumers that are out there that would like to maximize or minimize their carbon footprint. So they're the green folks who would like to figure out what's a plan to significantly reducing their carbon consumption. There's also folks that are interested in just making one specific upgrade, such as looking at a refrigerator and, is it time to change that one fridge in the garage that's 20 years old? And then lastly and importantly, there's the folks who are interested in health and comfort. And so we've created experiences for each of these different consumers out there so that they can understand what are the right choices for me to make to lower my bill or to improve my comfort or my carbon. The framework that we put in place is really a one-stop shop, and it's meant to encourage action. And so in addition to showing the folks what are the 3 to 10 things that will maximize the return or improve their health, we also directly connect them to a contractor marketplace. We show them the relevant rebates for their home. We also show them what financing options are on the table. So how would PACE come into play? How would on-bill financing come into play? How would solar leases or other financing products out there help me get over that issue of first cost where folks don't want to make those capital outlays? And so our tool is really set up to have action planning capabilities so the consumers can come up with ways to reduce their consumption. In addition, our software platform has a significant number of tools in place that support the performance evaluation. So we're tracking the customer participation in programs, we're tracking the different costs of the various programs that are being run. We're also segmenting users within various programs to understand what is working and what's not working so we can make any mid-course corrections with the programs that are in place. And we can also utilize the ongoing messaging platform that we've developed to continue the conversation with folks after they make action plans. And importantly, the tool is configured really to support all the outreach programs that are being put in place for the single-family program. Something that we've seen time and time again is that there are software tools in the market and they're rarely connected with some of the programs run on the ground. Our software will be able to support a schools program, neighborhood consultations, high-load consultations, and a direct engagement pilot. So consumers would get the same answer whether they came onto the website, on MEA's site, or whether they actually met someone who was doing a high-load consultation. We think that's very important that they have one message and one playbook to follow. And lastly, the tool is really meant to support the financing programs that are out there. So it's helping track customer activity with the financing program. It's showing the performance of the finance program. It's also enabling customers visibility of the various opportunities that are out there to finance energy upgrades and to finance solar. And again, it has the ongoing messaging platform there. So really, our tool is meant to be a one-stop shop to engage consumers. It's meant to help consumers reduce their bills significantly. It's very much configured specifically for Marin. It's with the Marin pricing plans. It has Marin rates for making energy upgrades and all of the different rebates and incentives that are associated with Marin, so Marin customers can get the right answers to make changes.
So I'm going to kick you off and say a couple more words if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
You can certainly come back for questions and answers.
Yes, Steve, why don't you just plan on staying?
Yeah,
one of the things that I do want to say in closing about this is that this is actually one of the areas where we've received some of the most sort of direct requests from outside vendors to consider us working with them. And so I've had a lot of opportunity to talk to different software vendors, see what their services are, see what tools they provide. In addition to that, because I was the contract manager for the Energy Upgrade California web portal, I had a lot of understanding about what that portal had to offer and what some of these contracts can look like. And the thing that really stood out to me about Planet Ecosystems when I first was sort of introduced to this tool when I came to MEA in September is the fact that it allows for that optimization by the consumer. That's unique. It also allows integration with water, which is unique as well. And that's a matter of high priority for the state of California. I'm sure I don't have to reiterate that. But the ability for a consumer to say, I'm really most interested in saving my utility bills. What kinds of measures can I do that achieve that? or for another consumer to be motivated by health and comfort. I mean, the process evaluation from the Energy Upgrade California program shows that that tends to be the most motivating thing out there, and I have not seen another web tool that allows the consumer to optimize their energy recommendations based on that. So it's because of that sort of unique mix of services, in addition to some of the more vanilla options that are available with a lot of the vendors that are out there, that I think makes this vendor stand out. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Director Ripken.
How does someone like me go to the computer and put the data in so we can determine whether it's going to work? You know, everyone's house is in a different location. Everyone's got 100 different variables. They're all, so how does that going to work in the program?
Sure. So essentially the web portal will be delivered through the website, and folks will come in and be able to enter the specifics about their home. So they'll be able to say, was my home built in 1930 where it's likely that there's very little insulation, or is my home built in 2010 where there's certainly a great deal of insulation? We're then going to ask about, have you made any upgrades in the home? Have you put in new insulation? Have you put in wall insulation? Those type of things. We're also trying to capture how much heating and cooling you're using in your specific home, how old the appliances are in your home, and we are capturing information about pools and hot tubs and some of the high-use devices. And importantly, we're capturing your home. Is your home in a field or a forest? And we're able to show how solar would make sense in your home with your bill based on your characteristics. So it's very much a customized plan for each person that will come in and use the solution.
Is there going to be any incidents of people coming to the house to tell them what the issues are at the house? Because you're saying, is the house appropriate for solar or not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a house, it gets some sun. I don't know, it gets most of the trees. I don't know if, I couldn't tell you, I couldn't input into a spreadsheet whether my house is appropriate for solar or not.
Right. So it'll be directly tied to some of the other things like high-load consultations. There's certain folks that would like to be able to have a tool to basically plan out and model out what are some of the things I should consider. There's other folks who are going to want to bring someone in directly in the home. So what we'll have is the capability to, for some folks to make a plan and figure out what the 3 to 10 things are to do. And for other folks, we'll be able to directly connect with folks who can come in the home and help them that way. We realize there's different types of customers out there. One of the things we've seen time and time again is if you want to make a financial plan, you go to mint.com. If you want to look at how do you improve your energy spending and how do you become greener or how do you lower your bill, there's really not great sites that integrate all the options for you. So we're trying to give tools to consumers so they can get smart before they bring someone in the home. But we also want to connect folks who are not willing to go through a tool and answer the questions as well.
Or can't figure out the answers to it.
Absolutely. And what we would see is that if folks really do want to make a large-scale investment in their home, once they get a plan, they'll bring somebody in, but then they have the knowledge to say, what are the options I should be considering here? And so they're smarter before the contractor walks into the house. One of the things we've heard time and time again with the contractors is that they spend 80% of the time when they go into a home explaining what the issues are, and they only have 5, 10, 20% of the time to sell. What these tools do is they open up so the consumers can be a little bit more literate about what are the issues and what are the things I should consider.
Director O'Donnell.
And also it does connect back, and part of what Becky mentioned and Steve mentioned, it connects back to contractors that can fulfill those measures. So that's part of what the system does.
That's the second half.
The second
First
half,
half is trying to figure out what's wrong.
Absolutely.
But we certainly recognize some people are just going to want to go directly and say, who can help me with this? I don't want to input this. How do I get right to the right person? So that exactly. We have to be able to deal with each type of consumer, and that's something we've seen in the market. So Director, definitely address that.
I'm sorry, I just want to jump in for a minute and introduce Jeff Rouser because we're not having members of the public jump in and interject, but Jeff Rouser is with Planet Ecosystems with the team here this evening. And Jeff, if you have a comment, if you could come up to the podium, that would be great next time. And I also wanted to point out that I pulled up slide 6 here because it partly responds to the question that came up about what's going to happen on the ground. How are folks going to know about this tool? How are they going to get assistance with this tool? And there are on-the-ground activities listed here on the bottom row that show some of the school programs, neighborhood consultations, high-load consultations, and other direct engagement that will happen as part of this tool. With it being a software program, you may have noticed that they're able to reach out and touch 42,000 homeowners. That's a lot. That's a lot more than you can do with a one-at-a-time engagement program. But there is on-the-ground activities that will be going on to complement the other outreach that happens through the software.
Absolutely.
How does the work actually get done?
With teams of people that will be going out and folks that are being trained. And this is, we haven't gotten into all the details of this program, but in March we'll be coming back to you with some other vendor contracts that will be helping with this. And there will be some subcontracting that will be happening with our kind of right of refusal and our participation in selecting the subcontractors that will be doing some of this direct installation work. There are some local groups and folks that already have some inroads into the community and have been doing some work in this sector, and we're excited about getting them engaged in sharing this platform with folks in the community.
Director
My question goes back a little bit to the beginning. Steve,
Sure.
I met you at the technical committee, but
Absolutely.
how does the consumer find you, besides just the neighborhood consults and the school programs? And then conversely, how do you find the consumer? How do you become the portal? How is that? How do you
Sure, so
create
it'll
the
be
market
part
that you want to create?
of the Marine Clean Energy site. So when a consumer would come here and they want to actually figure out, what do I do about energy? They can come in and that's where they'll be able to execute on it. What we'll do is engage search engine optimization. So when folks are actually going out there trying to find different things, like I'm interested in lowering my bill, it will direct you in the right way to get to the site. But we realize that you need to be engaging consumers in more than just the web portal. You do need to get out in the field, and that's why the other programs are in place. It's critically important to have a schools program, to have a high-load program, because you can't just assume that all consumers are going to go to a website. That's not the way the world works. But you have to have the platform in place that has one platform for all the different types of programs that you want to run in order to get the same type of answers.
And if I could tag on to that, I apologize, but also direct mail is another tool that we'll be using, and that'll be going through our marketing division, making sure that we're kind of vetting what goes out. But we'll be doing a lot of outreach to customers, and because we have usage information, we can kind of tailor the marketing pieces to fit the type of home that we're sending the mailer out to. So we're expecting that to generate a lot of participation.
Director Cromwell.
My questions are very similar to what has already been asked. You keep referring to this is what customers will be able to do. Is this thing up and running at all yet?
Yes.
And I guess my question is, how many of your people that you contacted simply over a computer or a website can tell you and provide you with sufficient information as to how old their appliances are, how much insulation they actually have, that you're going to be able to provide an accurate answer for them? Or is it going to be so general that really not going to profit them much?
So what we're trying to address is, in the market generally what happens is if you go search for answers, it just gives you a list of tips that don't really apply to your home. With that type of information, if we understand how old your fridge is, or if we understand that you have a perfectly south-facing roof and high bills, we can characterize for you what the answers are. Now, what percentage of folks can actually answer that type of questionnaire? It's higher than you think, but it's certainly not everyone. And so, what we've tried to do is make sure that the folks that are kind of struggling through this can actually go just connect with a contractor if they have high enough bills. So we've seen a very high completion rate of the survey when folks get there and work through it, but there's certainly some folks that just don't know the answers to that, and that's where you need to connect them to the contractor to just get them to come to the home. But you need to create that linkage.
Yeah, if I can add to that too, a lot of tools out there kind of use a similar approach of blending county assessor data and age of home to populate some of the important fields with some pretty sound default values. So this tool in particular, the optimizer, which does the analysis for the homeowner, has several levels of depth depending on the savviness of the consumer or person that's interfacing with it. So for the typical consumer who stumbles across the web portal, perhaps through the Marine Clean Energy site, they'll be able to accomplish about a 2-minute survey, which is populated with a lot of default information based on assessor county data and maybe based on some utility bill information if they're a Marine Clean Energy customer. That same tool will be linked to that homeowner, who can then follow up with the contractor, maybe one through our program. That contractor can fill out a lot more of the information, the specific site information, not just defaults. So that's how it generates the information about the home characteristics.
Director Athos.
I think this is such a great program, and I think it is the most important thing for people to find out how to use it and how to get to it. And I'm just wondering, because PG&E is the one who sends out our bills, I think the highest point of consciousness for the consumers when they actually are getting their bill and they see, you know, what they're paying for energy, and then looking at, you know, how can I lower this? And I think that's really the point of contact that they look at. So do we have any opportunities to put anything into the bills where people could then see what website to go to be able to affect it immediately rather than having a separate, you know, piece there?
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because the answer is yes. We have the ability to, for our customers anyway, not for our non-customers, but at least we get about 80% of folks in our jurisdiction. We can put a bill message on the third-party breakdown bill. In fact, that's how we're going to be talking about later, using that bill message as a way to let folks know about our rate change that's coming up. So we kind of have a default message that's on the bill now that says your charges for marine clean energy or for generation, they don't duplicate PG&E's charges. Call us if you have questions about your bill. We can change that message at any time, and so absolutely we do plan to have a message that goes out referring folks to the site, letting them know how to get to it and why to check it out.
And do we also have the ability of going to the cable stations in all the different cities and being able to do free ads?
Absolutely, yeah. We've done that in the past with some of our outreach.
So, I mean, this is the type of thing to me that when on our website, rather than just having another static, you know, piece with information, but if you had a scrolling bar or something that just has the website, you know, down at the bottom, so it's just, you know, top of consciousness, that it's just something that, you know, I think so many people could benefit from this, but if they don't know about it, it's just going to lay stagnant. Yeah. Good job. Really well.
Dr. Small.
Just a quick question. I'm not sure how you're going to organize the neighborhood consults. I'd really like to be able to have town hall meetings.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
You know, then we could get quite a few people there and get the word out.
That's a good idea. We could look into some of the subcontractor partners. That's definitely the Energy Upgrade California program. That was like the best management practice for getting folks signed up in the program. It's a really good suggestion.
And we do believe it's more than just having a website. You have to get out there. So town hall, all of those type of things are things we want to be very actively engaged with. I think it's a great idea.
Most people, the same way they threw away the mailers that came out and claimed they didn't receive notice, a lot of this will go by the wayside unless you go out and publicize it and encourage people to come. And if you do the school program first.
Yes.
And get the kids coming home and talking to the children, and then hold the town hall meeting.
Parents.
I mean, parents, what they say?
The kids coming and talking to the children, it may be right.
Yeah.
Director Sue.
I may have misheard or misunderstood something you said. Can any customer contact a contractor, or are there parameters there, the size of their bill or particular needs that they have before it's appropriate for them to be hooked up with a contractor?
Any customer would be able to go find a contractor, but the contractors have to be vetted first. So we're not going to throw any contractor on there, would have to go through an approval process. But any consumer, because someone could be looking to do a project who has a low bill. There's lots of folks that have low bills who are interested in having a healthier, more comfortable home, so they could then connect with contractors as well.
Right, so you'll vet the contractors that are on the list, and then it's really up to a homeowner to decide whether they want to contact a contractor for a $400 project or wait for something else.
Exactly, and we'll put in place the right messaging on there. How do you vet the contractor, how do you research them, all those types of things. We'll make sure that.
And how do you do that?
I'm sorry?
Are you having them vet it? You're not vetting the contractor?
So in Sonoma County, what they've done is they basically use the Energy Upgrade California list, which has folks that have different credentials like BPI certification and HER certification. All of those contractors are on the Sonoma County site. In addition, what they've done is any contractor that's willing to agree to the standards of the Skype terms is also basically enabled to be on the site as well. So, and there's a process where they would apply, they'll be on the list, and then they would have to actually get approved.
And is there a common ability so that people who've had an experience with a particular contractor can share that experience with other people who are looking for a contractor?
This is something we're exploring. And
Yeah, I'm a broken record on this point. When we were looking at doing this in the Introductory California web portal, implied endorsement was a real big hurdle. Thought we couldn't have. So because of that, there were some real barriers. But I think it's, this has been such a recurring theme. Every time we've brought this up to board meetings and before the public, over and over again, people have said, there has to be a way to compare contractors. And so I think this is something that we're really going to look seriously at.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we comment, I was suggesting that there's an opportunity for the customer to comment about their experience, like Yelp, right?
Right,
And
right.
that was great.
So the investor utilities are historically risk averse, and they felt that if there were comments on a website that they funded that had their logo on it, that constituted applied endorsement.
Well, you want to be cautious.
So caution is good, but it's possible that we can take another look at this and see if there are other avenues that might be possible that can still be legally compliant, like external linking capabilities or disclaimer language that makes it really clear that the opinions are not MCE opinions and et cetera. So I think that this one has risen to such a high level that we're going to need to find a way to try and address this.
And your platform does support those type of capabilities, by the way, to have reviews and those type of things. But it's based on what, that Becky and Dawn would have the whole team.
I have a question.
The whole team.
And that.
Yes, sorry.
Sure. This is, Dawn, really for you. This is the third or fourth time that we've basically been pitched this. And so the inference, or one inference that I derive from that is that staff has got a strong investment in Planet Ecosystems in terms of recommending it and in terms of seeing its ability to satisfy needs and functions which you've identified. What I'd like you to do is to describe, and I think Becky did some already, but you talked too fast for me.
Oh, she talks perfectly.
I can't keep up all the time. But just if you could repeat the decision-making process a little bit and include, if you will, some compare and contrast in terms of what other firms you looked at so as to meet to some extent the implication that it's kind of hasn't been a lot of thought and discretion exercised in coming to this particular recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the first thing, just to maybe frame it in a different way, you're correct that we've had Planet Ecosystems come to not only our retreat in the fall, but they were also invited to present at technical committee and executive committee meetings in December and in January. And really the intent there wasn't to give a pitch. That wasn't the intent. The intent really was to get feedback and discuss the path that staff is considering going down in working with this vendor. So we've received feedback along the way that's been incorporated into structuring the scope. As I finish answering this question, I would recommend that folks take a look at attachment D in your packet for item 7. Attachment D is a matrix of other software providers that provide some similar types of services. And this is something that was actually requested at one of our committee meetings, that we put together a matrix looking at other providers, looking at the total cost, and looking at what services are provided by each of those vendors. Some of the vendors listed here, well, most of the vendors listed here do not have as comprehensive of an offering as Planet Ecosystems does. And you'll see that when you look at the column called services provided, or I'm sorry, and utilities covered. So there are a number of different components for different programs. Now I think that this is helpful information and a good touchstone, but I should also mention that beyond looking at these programs, some of which are far away, because we really had to go reach out pretty far to find programs that offered these types of programs. there were some closer vendors that we talked to and met with beginning in July and August as we were getting close to submitting our program implementation plan for the 2013-14 program. And after meeting with the various vendors that were out there, we identified Planet Ecosystems really rose head and shoulders above the other vendors that we worked with, and that's the reason why we brought them to the committee meetings to get input from the board as we developed a more comprehensive scope of work with them. There have been a few changes that were suggested along the way that have been incorporated. Some changes were suggested in how we approach the marketing component of the program, for example. Changes were suggested related to the on-the-ground activities and how we might tailor that to be most effective. But we've appreciated all the feedback to date, and really the proposal before you tonight is not just coming from a couple of people. It's really a group effort that's been put together by all of you, and we appreciate all the input that's been brought forward to date.
Director Rivka.
So maybe this question goes to Dawn. It seems like a great program. My question is I look at it as kind of like overhead against the energy efficiency program. We'd like every single dollar to be available as for ratepayers and customers of Marin Energy Authority to do energy efficiency projects. And this is, if I see my numbers correctly, this is $270,000 with 2 contracts over a year, representing 6% of the total energy efficiency budget that came from CPUC. And so I just want to know what kind of metrics or something that would be in place for staff to review to see if it was a worthy investment after. And is that review monthly, quarterly, at the end of the year? How would that work?
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why this tool will be useful not only for its own function, but for the other elements of the program, even multifamily and our on-bill repayment, and all of that will, the success of those programs will be tracked through the software capabilities of what's being offered through Planet Ecosystems. We think that for 6% of the budget, we're getting a lot of value. This program will be reaching 42,000 customers or 42,000 households, which is great value for the money. Particularly, if we're able to see kilowatt hours saved in even half of those customer homes, it would be, as Becky likes to say, a smashing success. And it would really set the bar high for other providers in the state that are offering energy efficiency programs. It is a complementary program. By itself, it doesn't have as much value. But when you combine it with what's already being offered, it leverages every dollar that's already going into the program, and creates a lot more value at the end of the day. I think it's also worth reminding, kind of in response to this question, that we were awarded not only $350,000 for our 2012 program, but $4.1 million for our 2013-2014 program. Those funds and those program elements are big. We're taking on a lot of work. Becky is awesome, but she can't do all of it by herself. So we need to find vendors that have the expertise to implement the programs that we have proposed. So that is why we're bringing some large contracts before the board this month and next month to get these programs in good hands so that they can get off the ground and begin moving forward quickly.
If I can also speak to a little bit of that as well. This program, because it is the software delivery sort of market infrastructure that's meant to help bolster some of the existing programs, isn't the same kind of cost effectiveness that you would get from like a direct rebate efficiency implementation program. But that was always part of the proposal. That was always understood. This was always pitched at a lower TRC than the other programs, and it was understood that it was part of the package like that.
You just used the word pitch.
Did I? To the CPUC. To the CPUC. Another thing that's important to mention is that there was some feedback that we've received, both from members of the public and the board, that this program should be tied to some performance metrics, just exactly as you say, to sort of make sure that as we're going, we can monitor and make sure that we're getting what we're thinking that we're getting. So as a result of that, we've made some of the changes to some of the ways that the budget operates, and are paying, for example, on number of homes that are reached, or number of energy kits that are sent home to students to install in their households, so that there's some accountability there to make sure that we're getting delivery for the dollars that we're investing into this program.
Director Sears.
Following up on that, based on your experience in Sonoma, of the percentage of households that were reached in Sonoma, what percentage of them, if you know, actually took action and made some adjustment?
It depends at different levels. So folks, when you go into the home, it's up to 10% reduction when you get into a home. So the key is to get to the home. And so the tool is particularly motivating because it helps homeowners see how much money's on the table. One of the key things to understand is that, 10 years ago when rates were pretty low in California, a lot of efficiency in solar didn't make much sense, but rates have gone up tremendously, and now lots of things are on the table. Solar is an important thing for lots of folks in Marin County, and we've been able to crack the code on how do you tie that in so that you don't oversize on your lights and pools. And so what the software tool will be able to do is really help drive those type of investments, because consumers will be able to make the right trade-offs. When you get in the home, they're willing to make investments and can reduce their consumption quite a bit.
And I would like to add to that, that the energy savings assumptions that were included in our proposal to the Public Utilities Commission were backed up by a work paper that was developed by the Planet Ecosystems team based on their experience in Sonoma. And that work paper is available if you were interested in knowing who took action and how we were able to derive the estimates.
It's one thing to say that it would be available to 48,000 households or something, but I mean, I've been trying to get on your website here and I can't get past the first screen for the last 20 minutes, so, and she can't, so I don't know. If I were home, I would just give up.
She's smarter than you.
She told me where to go, and I'm there, and it's just sitting here looking
And
at
my
me.
savings would be $10,000.
I can't get that exercise in my house. No, the question is, the mere fact that it's out there and it's available to be used doesn't mean that people are actually going to make it to the second screen. Which apparently I get SCEIP, but
We'll be tracking that very closely. How far?
Well, it's right here.
And we can continue to work on it.
It's right here, it's great. No, the question I really have is, because, there's a big difference between people having websites that's available to everybody and people actually using it. And if we're spending a lot of money to make it available to people, I don't really, sitting here right now, I can't really tell how many people are gonna use it, how many people are gonna, there's questions even on the first, I know the zip code, but your building, I'm not exactly sure when my house was built. And so there may be people, and we're interested in this stuff, and there's some people out there who are not so interested. You do it in Sonoma, what percentage of the people actually, I don't know how many screens there are, but there's at least 2. How many people actually make it to the, actually make it to the end of the survey? What percentage?
Very high percent.
Well, how many percent of the people who are in Sonoma actually of the households in Sonoma actually make it to the end of the survey?
I don't know the exact number, but it's a very high number. I would
Like
say
50% of the people?
No, I think it's higher than that. I think it's closer to 80. I'd have to go back and I can give you.
Now you're getting into the relative intelligence of the people in Sonoma.
What I would say.
No, I can't make this. No, wait. I can't make it past the second page.
One of the things I think is really important is that that's not the only way we connect with consumers. It's really important to run other programs. So it's important to run high-load programs. It's important to run school-based programs. So there's lots of different ways that consumers could potentially be touched.
Okay, in 6 months, I won't have any kids in school.
Sure.
And I guarantee you I'm one of the high-load customers.
Sure.
And how are you gonna find me?
That's where we come in. We, as Marin Clean Energy, have access to the utility usage information about our accounts, so we can help target some of the consumers that we think might be good candidates. That can allow us to do neighborhood approaches, where we actually go in and try to serve a bunch of consumers in one neighborhood. Huh?
What are you gonna do?
So that's where the high-level consultation and direct engagement pieces come in. And let me actually skip forward so that those are in front of you, because those are really a crucial component of this. I mean, you can build it, but nobody necessarily is going to come unless you help them get there. So the main ways that this program is built to have some kind of consumer touch and let them know about the web portal. One of them is the schools program, to actually have curriculum that's designed based around that, and to send kids home from classrooms and off back home to talk to their parents about the opportunity. Neighborhood consultations means that we'll actually have teams of people, most likely youth, walking door to door.
Nobody's walking up my street.
And talking to
I guarantee you. I guarantee you, the only people who make it up my street is the Sierra Club.
So high-level conversations might not also work for you, because that is also sort of a neighborhood door-to-door approach, but more focused based on the utility information we have to the high-energy users. And then the last piece is the direct engagement. We're starting out with a pilot to see what approach works best, but this is the idea that we send information in the mail, we send information via your email, we try to touch you other ways other than door to door, and that information drives you to the website as well. This is a pilot effort because we're not sure how well it's going to be received in Marin. We're going to try a couple different approaches, do some evaluation, and then in 2014, if it's successful, we'll roll out a bigger scale program.
Director Stoll.
Just a quick comment as I'm sitting here thinking, I'm thinking for sure I want my town planner to know about this, because when people come in to do remodels, I think this is a process they should go through, which would really help them maybe determine exactly what would be most beneficial for them to do. And also, I really like the fact that they've got water, because Marin Municipal has really started to cut back on any increase of water usage. So I really would suggest that maybe you all have a meeting with the town planners in the different communities and get it out, because I think it would be an extremely useful tool for our residents.
Absolutely.
That's a great idea.
And water really is a key part of this. You have to include water. It makes things like washers and other items in the home.
Well, it's really started to become an issue, because some of our residents have not been able to do the landscaping that they've wanted to do because they can't make that increase. So this would be really helpful for them.
And it's important that it uses the rates of Marin County. It's really important that you use the Marin Water District, the different rates for the two places. It's important that you have MEA rates, because that gives them a plan that's actually based on their home and their business.
Any further board questions or comments at this
I
time?
made it to the second screen.
I don't know whether my house.
I don't know whether my house is C-shaped, S-shaped, rectangular.
Yeah, also the Wi-Fi in here is pretty slow if you're using the SRCC Wi-Fi. I think a lot of folks are using it right now. But I did pull it up on my phone, which has 3G, and that.
Okay.
So hopefully that.
Let's move on. Very good discussion, but I want to hear from members of the public on this particular item, if there's any questions or comments for Steve or Becky.
I just had a question. I heard a lot about some other contracts and other things that have to be done to make this a workable package. I was just wondering if the cost of all of those has been rolled into the budget that we're going to hear about later on.
Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you.
Great question. Okay, let's bring
I
it back.
have a comment. I handed out something to the board, this timeline sequence. I would have contacted more board members before this, but I was misled by the initial packet that went out last week. It did not have this as an action item. And I also asked at the executive meeting and the technical meeting for budgetary figures for this program, and they did not have any at the time. They said that they were still in the negotiations and they wouldn't really even give a ballpark figure. But this is pretty much the entire budget. This is $250,000 this 2013, then $250,000 in 2014. So basically, we're putting all our eggs in one basket. I just want everybody to think about that for a minute. Is that really what we want? Is that the best idea? They are saying that there are a lot of other elements other than the software, and I think that we could do those other elements with some other vendors, and there are also some social networking things that have been offered by Tom Flynn, who was discussing this. There are serious conflicts of interest in the way this program was proposed for MEA by Mr. Rouser, who is here. He is a vice president of Planet Ecosystem. I'm not even sure if he wasn't already working for them when he was a consultant to MEA. Becky Minton, when she was at the Energy Commission, also had some involvement with Planet Ecosystems. I believe there was a grant that they got from the Energy Commission. Not that that's bad, I'm just saying there's a close involvement. And Mr. Rouser, I don't believe, played an up-and-up role here. I think that he kept Mr. Flynn from being able to make a presentation and a proposal to MEA. I also think that there is a problem in terms of the public open meetings, because I don't know when the agenda was changed and when this appeared in the packet. I didn't see it until today. I'm sorry, I looked several other times. But I asked at the meetings for when Mr. Rouser started working for MEA and started working for Planet Ecosystems. He wouldn't tell me. I have not yet gotten an answer on that. I find that very disturbing. There is, there's a difference between software and energy efficiency. The software part, I agree, these guys have great software experience, but they don't have energy efficiency experience. Mr. Flynn has decades of energy efficiency experience.
Barbara, I'm going to ask you to wrap
That's
it
really
up.
what it takes. Also, the targets, there was no targets when we met, and I'm not at all clear whether these targets are either, actually proposed for them. I don't believe they had a lot of success in Sonoma, and so I think that it would be a really big mistake to only go with Planet Ecosystems. I think that we should at least split this program up and give Mr. Flynn a chance to actually come to the table. He was offered $5,000. I think that's insulting for somebody who has the kind of experience that he has and who has put together the kind of team and the kind of program that he has proposed, which is much more to what you all have been asking for than what these people are offering.
Barbara, I'm going to really need you to wrap it up.
They're also only targeting high users. Those are the people that get the attention, not the regular folks in Marin. And don't forget, these are the face of everything.
Okay, so I should note that Barbara has raised her conflicts charges publicly before. They have been publicly addressed. If you feel necessary, Becky in particular, you may want to address your non-conflict, just again for the record. And Ron, if you want to weigh in.
Yeah, we may want to hear from the rest of the members of the public if there are any, and then I'm happy to address.
Fair enough. Any other members of the public with comment on this item? Okay, so why don't we address the comments?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments, just three in response to what was raised. First of all, I'm not understanding what the issue is with the agenda. This item, item 7 on the agenda, has always been listed as an action item. I wonder if maybe you were looking at an XCOM or TechCom agenda?
I got
or
the
it wasn't.
agenda last
We're not going to engage. I'm just
Well,
responding to the
week.
questions. And also the draft contract and all the related information was included in the packet. In fact, we didn't have a supplemental packet. Everything went out a week prior, so there have been no changes whatsoever to the packet. What you have now is what first went out. The second point I wanted to address is that we actually, after hiring Becky, we introduced her to Planet Ecosystems. And so that was her initial contact with them through our team, and she can comment further. I think there's a long explanation of her knowing of them from the past, but not working directly with them. And then the last thing I wanted to respond to is there were questions about Jeff Rouser, who's part of the Planet Ecosystems team, and any involvement that he had with MEA prior to this contract. And 2 points on that. The first is that if you look at the consent calendar for tonight's meeting, there actually happens to be a contract update, which we do on a quarterly basis. So item 04, consent calendar item C4 has a summary of all the contracts that were entered into in the last quarter, and Jeff Rouser is listed there. And you'll see that the contract approved with Jeff Rouser was in September. And this was for assistance with finalizing and submitting our PIP, our Program Implementation Plan. We needed some assistance with E3 calculators and some additional components that we weren't able to develop and draft on our own because we hadn't yet hired and staffed up for our EE component, and we were needing some support. So we did work with Jeff Rouser on a limited scope contract just to help with the PIP. But I think it's also worth mentioning that in many cases, it is the practice of MEA to have an initial small contract with vendors, and you'll see that happening with the vendor actually that's going to be coming up next, the Marin City CDC, where we start with a small contract. Often that occurs when we're just getting into a larger scope of work, and then we kind of see how it goes, see what the fit is like. It's a good way for us to get a sense of how the vendor will fit in with the requirements of the program, and also a good fit for the vendor to get a sense of what our needs and expectations are. And then we'll often come back to the board looking for a larger contract. That's the way we interact with vendors in many cases, so there's really no different approach being used here.
So briefly, back.
Just to address the accusation of conflict of interest regarding my involvement in the past with Planet Ecosystems. When I was at the Energy Commission, I was contract manager for a local government commission contract in an amount of $33 million. A subcontract to that was with Sonoma County, and then Sonoma County subcontracted with Planet Ecosystems, so at the time it was called Utilibill, and I believe that that was actually before Jeff Rouser came on employment with Utilibill / Planet Ecosystems, so there may have been some other involvement. What's particularly important to note about that chain of relationships is that as a contract manager at the Energy Commission, we don't have say over who our subcontractors really are. We can reject a subcontract on the basis of not complying with some of the flow down provisions, but for a third tier subcontract, that's a very removed process. So I actually have known of Jeff Rouser specifically from his prior work at Project DX, from his prior work at Renewable Funding, but mainly as colleagues who work in the similar energy efficiency space. The first time I actually met Jeff Rouser was in September or October when I came to work at Marin Energy Authority.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, public?
I got a point. I represent myself as a citizen of Fairfax. I also have a history of David Haskell. I also have a history. I'm a citizen of New Zealand, and I also was for a decade worked for the Ministry of Energy as their director of conservation, and I ran national programs and developed national programs. One of the elements that I think is interesting is that MEA formed because it had that close connection to the community. And its greatest strength and its greatest energy was from that emergence. And we wouldn't be here today without that connection. In some way, Ms. Small, your comment about the need for local governments to have a particular program, not just an, oh, that's a good idea. Also, in my role as the Director of Conservation, my major responsibility was to enhance the effective operation of the marketplace. And that's that we have an effective energy conservation market that's existing in Marin. We have providers, suppliers, part of the energy upgrade, that whole side, and it's really in that transaction where most business takes place. And it's up to our entities to then help that transaction, because it isn't that transaction analysis, because it's so difficult for homeowners to make a decision, whether it's a roofing one or a plumbing one or electrical one or this or that or this or that. When you do a transactional analysis, that is the thing that stops conservation first and foremost. And so a program like this is useful. But at the same time, we have to keep the human scale. We have to make this is a very small community. It's only 250,000 plus Marin, plus Richmond now, which makes it 350 or something. And to maintain programs that reach into local government, to maintain programs that reach in directly and specifically with that idea, so that the notion that I support Barbara is that, is this all we're going to do for this area? Or are we going to look at other kinds of programs? And I have a great deal of sympathy for you on the board as lay people who are not energy folks, who have not spent a lifetime studying energy conservation and the impediments and where we're at. And this is year 2013. I started this in 1970. And so it's a time for dialogue. It's time to really look at how can we make our communities use the institutions, use the governments, use those processes to help sustain our goal, which is really about greenhouse reductions. And as I learned in the EFM presentation last week, we're going to have to retrofit 80% of our buildings. The argument was even made that we may need to knock down all of our buildings and rebuild again in order to live in a world where we have one ecological footprint. So this is a big project. This is important. And I would just hate to see us get too involved in more software. And yet, what we need to do is really work with people, businesses, to get that connection. So, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your remarks, David. In some ways, you've kind of prefaced the next agenda item where we will be hearing about a local component on the implementation side. But your points are well taken, nevertheless. Any further comments? Members of the board?
I made it through the whole survey. And I say some of the wrongs when he says that.
Good way to wrap up the remarks. Director Ripcon, I believe you're making a motion.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion to approve the proposed contract with Climate Systems.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That matter carries. Item 8, second agreement with Marin City Community Development Corporation.
Back up to the podium. You guys are almost rid of me. Save some of the best for the last. I'm really excited about our continued collaboration with Marin City Community Development Corporation. I'm really excited to have them here in the audience as well to speak to some of the ways that our collaboration has kind of matured since we first initiated with them on the energy efficiency program. So a little bit of background about the Marin City Community Development Corporation for those of you who are not familiar with them. This organization is really committed to providing significant and measurable support to both the business community and target populations. This is their mission statement. By improving access to career growth opportunities in demand industries, by supporting business development opportunities that result in sustainable income and job creation, and by strengthening business competitiveness and linking workers' skill improvements to current economic development. Little background, they have been an agency since 1979. They currently have 12 full-time regular staff, 5 part-time staff or contract workers, and an average of 20 to 25, I believe, work experience trainees on a monthly basis. While the focus of the work is in Marin City and Southern Marin, they also serve low-income communities and individuals throughout Marin and West Contra Costa County. Before I move on to talk about the vision that they have with working with us on the energy efficiency side, I want to really talk a little bit about how their approach to workforce development and community empowerment is both unique, highly customizable to the needs of the program, and proven to be very effective. Rather than just developing cookie-cutter programs that try to focus on the sort of flavor of the day certification or workforce, they look at where the economic indicators and demand for work, and they're able to develop customized programs that prepare workers for participation in those programs. In addition, they can offer services such as soft skills training, basic math training for people who don't have that, and it really provides a supportive infrastructure to engage workers and get them prepped to participate in the energy economy. The original vision with MCCDC and MEA was to really have the provision of services to residents and local services, and the outreach and marketing of energy services, and an environmental awareness education. with project outcomes involving meeting residents and business participation goals for projects, including the energy saving goals, and increased energy savings specifically for underrepresented communities. The idea is that MCCDC can provide workforce intermediary services. They ensure that unemployed and underemployed residents are prepared for energy efficiency opportunities and can participate as trainees and workers to gain marketable skills and experience. And in addition, this workforce intermediary role ensures that local hire requirements are met for contractors engaged in work in Marin and other traditionally low-income communities. I'll talk a little bit about the first agreement that we had, including the scope and accomplishments, and move on to the proposed second agreement with the modifications to the scope. The outreach and marketing role that we originally envisioned really was leveraging the work that MCCDC has done to establish themselves in the community as a good intermediary between folks that are looking to have work and folks that are looking to do work, and the MEA efficiency program. It started with an initial budget of $10,000, September to December contract, and it included lead generation, developing outreach and marketing materials, and a key relationship of developing relationships with local and minority contractors so we could help get those folks participating in the program. Some of the accomplishments. They assisted with the development of the intake documents that we've been using to help generate leads for our multifamily program. They organized and participated in some multifamily property owner introductory meetings, really helping us to get in the door by leveraging their existing relationships. They were also able to organize the first project developer / contractor meet and greet. This was a great event that was hosted at the MCCDC offices, where we were able to come talk about some of the work that we had coming down the road to folks who were interested in potentially getting some of that work. They've served as a liaison between the Marin Housing Authority and MEA. This has been very useful for us because of their ongoing relationship and involvement with Marin Housing Authority through things such as Section 3 compliance. They're really sort of a solid single point of contact to help interface with that organization. In addition, they've assisted in development of some of our key communications documents, including scripts for property owner and manager calls, flyers that are really appropriate for the multifamily sites that we're planning on visiting that really reflect the communities that we're hoping to serve, and outreach plans for on-site tenant engagement, which again are really designed to be specific for the communities that we're hoping to do work in. The proposed second agreement actually calls on MCCDC to serve a much bigger role. When we were looking to work with them to try and find ways that we could really provide opportunities for local workers, it occurred to us that one great way to do that would be to rely on MCCDC workforce trainees to deliver our direct install services. So when we go to a multifamily building and actually install light bulbs and shower head aerators and things like that, we're going to be relying on the MCCDC trainees to deliver those program services. It's a great intermediary role that can help those folks gain some resume experience, some on-the-ground energy efficiency experience, and some exposure to some of the larger work that we're doing on those retrofits, and hopefully get them even better prepared to take that next step in their career. So the second proposed budget is $79,970, January 2013 through December 13, and it includes the services they've been providing in terms of multifamily lead generation, engagement and outreach with the tenant communities, and importantly, the direct install services, providing crews of workers, training them for basic competency, and then overseeing their installation in conjunction with the Association for Energy Affordability. Short and sweet, actually before I do that, again, we do have MCCDC here, so I'd like to invite Bikini and or Megan if they'd like to say a few words.
It's good to be before you again. We've really appreciated this partnership and being part of this project. I want to first start out by introducing someone that came on board really a couple months?
Mid-December.
Yeah, mid-December, and has done just a tremendous job on this project. And she is our energy efficiency manager who leads our work on this particular project, works with the team at MCE. And Megan Duran has an MBA from Dominican in Sustainable Enterprise, and again has taken on very quickly the role in implementing this particular project. And so she's done a tremendous job, as you can see from the outcomes that are presented, along with other team members of the agency. And she'll say a few words about that in a moment. For those that aren't familiar with our organization, Becky did an outstanding job in giving an introduction of what we've been involved in. I do want to mention that also that we've been involved in renewable and energy efficiency efforts as a workforce intermediary since 2007. Many projects we've done in this county. Our most recently, we participated in MCE's successful commercial solar installation at the San Rafael Airport by providing staffing services to Synapse Electric. I co-chair the Marin Workforce Investment Board Construction and Energy Committee, along with Bill Scott, who is the director of the Building and Trades Council. In that capacity, we're able to identify resources that assist us in training Marin residents that are interested in this particular career. So we have a very strong infrastructure and resource to actually do this training. In fact, the Marin Employment Connection, which is part of the web, provided the resources and the certified trainer that allowed us just this December to train 15 residents in energy efficiency and direct install. And they completed that course successfully, and they're one of the groups that are going to be involved in the work, going forward with this and other projects. At this time, I want to allow Megan to say a few words about the accomplishments of the work.
First, I just want to say how excited and grateful I am to be involved in with such important work and necessary work, and to be working with such a cool team, Lofty and Becky and everyone else at MEA. Just briefly, what we've kind of accomplished in the last couple of months since I've been on. As McKinney mentioned, we've graduated 15 candidates from our weatherization training, and we're in the process of interviewing and vetting them to establish our direct install and outreach teams that will be going in and providing the free service. We hosted a meet and greet, which we introduced local contractors to MEA and the project, giving them an opportunity to participate. As Becky said, we've developed marketing collateral that we use to educate tenants, as well as to reach out to the multifamily property owners. I've been working pretty hard at some lead generation. I have developed a relationship with Ecumenical Housing Association, and I believe they have 25 properties in Marin. And in the next 6 months, they'll be ready to kind of talk to us about working with all of their properties. We are currently evaluating applications for two properties, or 5 actually. Meadows at Terra Linda, which is our 22 individually owned condos, or 220, I'm sorry, individually owned condo units. And just today, we've got 3 more properties, Mr. Rifkin's father. And so he will hopefully be getting his assessments very shortly. He was super excited.
Mr. Wachtel's next.
He needs direct intervention.
Constantly.
We're offering hand-holding now.
We'll walk you right through everything, including websites.
Well, thank you for introducing yourselves, you guys. It sounds like you're doing some great work. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, Director Rivka.
I just want to understand, so the contract that's before us now is for $79,000 for calendar year 13, is that right? And I was just looking at the first one, it says it was for $10,000 and it had like a 35% administrative fee. Can you explain that?
Well, the administrative fee that we explained also to MCE really has to do with our indirect costs. So the appropriate term would be what's our indirect cost in doing the project. And that's been established for any project that we actually do. One of the things I didn't mention was that we, as a workforce intermediary, we also have social enterprises. And we have an alternative staffing agency, and we also do other projects for Marin Housing Authority and the Marin City and Sausalito Sanitary District. And so one of the things we had to do fiscally is identify what our indirect costs are for doing projects. And that's the cost. The 35% is what it costs us as an agency in all the key areas to ensure that, you know, the services are provided.
Is that also in the 79, or it's almost 80,000? Is that a similar overhead or indirect costs as you use in the new contract as well? Is
No, I think we reduced it for the new contract.
Because I just didn't see it listed here in
Right.
Exhibit B of the new.
Yeah, we definitely, it's a different type of service, and so that amount is not there.
Yeah, we transitioned to a time and materials contract for the
Right.
second phase, since there's gonna be so much direct installation work. So it's embedded into the hourly wage
Right.
in the second contract.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the public on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd be happy to move this item.
And I'm proud to second.
Okay, so moved and seconded for approval of second agreement with Marin City Community Development Corporation. All in favor?
Aye. In spite of.
Opposed? It's unanimous, that matter carries. Thank you. And by the way, we have coffee on the way. And new members, not every meeting is this long. This is gonna be a long.
Don't believe them.
You didn't see the sleeping bags in there.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back on task here. Item 9, proposed MC budget for fiscal year 14.
Great, so because Emily is doing the important job of getting the coffee here, I'm going to introduce this item. And I'm actually going to turn it over to John and Mike Maher in just a moment. But just by way of providing an overview, before the end of each fiscal year, your board sets forth a budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We typically provide an initial budget in the January Executive Committee meeting, and then we bring it to the board for consideration, and then bring it back to the board in March for final approval. So the item before you tonight is to discuss a proposed budget, again, that would not be brought before you for finalization until next month. But we'd like to take this opportunity to walk through what we expect to see in the coming year. There are a lot of similarities to the prior year, and then there are some things that are that have changed, primarily because our volume has changed quite a bit. We're serving a lot more customers and we're buying a lot more energy. I should mention that this preliminary budget was reviewed and discussed at the regular meeting of the Executive Committee in January. And before I turn it over to John and Mike Maher, our accounting team, I want to call your attention to the page just after the proposed budget that provides a little bit of breakdown for those of you that are interested in seeing what some of these line items mean that are rather generic, like general and administration and other services. I'd also like to call your attention to the footnotes on the bottom of the proposed budget, which were inserted at the recommendation of one of our ex-com members. Thank you, Director Rickheim, for that good suggestion. And that kind of gives you a sense of why we're seeing adjustments in a couple of key areas, such as staffing, legal counsel, data manager, and our public purpose energy efficiency program. So with that, I'll turn it over to John and Mike Maher, who are a key part of our accounting team here with NCE.
Thank you very much. I thought I'd just take one moment to briefly give just a little bit of an overview of the process. As you're well aware, the adopting of the budget is a general framework giving authorization for your management team to spend money. But along with that, as you've seen also, that many contracts are going in. And I want to let you know that as part of our responsibility, we not only monitor budget compliance, but the contract compliance and review every expenditure that's made. So the process in effect is there's a process to let a contractor sends in a bill. There may be other office supplies and other things. There will be 2 team members inside your organization that approve it. Michael and I both approve the expenditures, both as to compliance with the documentation requirements, and as your staff may have been irritated from time to time, we'll reject an expenditure that isn't properly documented, and it always seems to get documented eventually, so that usually isn't much of an issue. I think they're very compliant with that. So in any case, there's lots of reviews in effect. And one of the things when the organization first was developed, we wanted to make sure that there was a coordinated effort in all the different disciplines in the organization, from your data manager who's doing the billing and their relationship with PG&E. Your technical experts do some technical review of those documents, and so there are a lot of hands involved in reviews and secondary reviews. In this budget, it's a bit of a collaborative affair as well. Some of the larger numbers, of course, are your energy sales revenue and your costs, and we rely heavily on John Galassi for developing those numbers. You'll see that there is a large increase in projected or budgeted revenue and costs. The variance between costs and revenue in real dollars between what was budgeted last year and what's budgeted in the coming year actually is very close. There's some conservation taken in projecting these numbers because of the volatility of the markets. If there are particular strategic changes, for instance, there's a plan to add an additional staff, there's some particular legal costs are anticipated, et cetera. Your department managers will be suggesting those, and Don, of course, is quite involved in all that. And then when it comes to the operating expenses, where there wasn't a reason in particular to expect a particular difference, we'll do a projection based on a modest inflation of 3% over what the recent trends have been. So that's the general overview of the process. And if you have specific questions about particular line items, Mike's in a position to answer those.
Director Cobb?
I'd like to know what the Marin County Green Business Program budget is for, and also the solar rebates.
Great, I can speak to that. So, as you may know, there's a green business program that's been up and running through and is administered through the County of Marin that reaches out to businesses throughout the county, not just within county jurisdiction, but including all of the cities and towns, and runs them through a vetting process where they have to apply to get certified as a green business, and they have to look at a range of categories where they're making changes to make their business more green, including energy efficiency and purchases, recycling, that sort of thing. This program has a lot of reach to our business community, and by becoming kind of sharing a little bit in the cost of administering this program, we can do a lot of co-marketing. It gives us an opportunity to really get our name out in the community, and it gives us an easy way to reach out to green businesses who may or may not already be a customer of MEA. It also kind of aligns us with that brand as a local government green program. So we've been interested in a while in trying to find a way to collaborate with them a little bit. So this is a way that we can do that. So we're excited about that small addition to the budget. And then the solar rebate program is something that has been in discussions for, gosh, about 18 months. The County of Marin was administering a solar rebate program a couple of years. Let's see, in 2007, I think, was the first year they administered it. 2008, and they ran out of funds and didn't have one for a couple of years, and asked if that's something that we might want to take over. It's actually a great way to stimulate solar installations for customers that are kind of on the fence or waiting for the right time. It's a very modest rebate program. It's just $500 for a customer that wants to put solar on their roof, but it actually results in a surprising amount of interest because it's just an extra carrot to get folks over the hump if they're considering solar. It certainly aligns with our mission and goals to try and get more solar locally, and is a great marketing tool as well.
Director Redcock.
Don, on have you heard of this program called energy efficiency? Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, sounds familiar. So I just see under our budget for 2013-14, it says 2.1 million. I thought our PUC was 4 million or something like that, or is it covered over parts of each year? Just help me out with that.
Yeah, it's a little, it's more than 4, it's 4.2, so divided into 2-year chunks. That's what we can.
Oh, it's over 2 years, it's not just one, okay. That answers that question, thank you. On legal, I see that our budget is going up a couple $100,000 because on the footnote, more petitions sounds like hard work for Elizabeth or Betsy. And involvement in strategic initiatives. At $200,000, has staff given some consideration of maybe it's time for another lawyer in-house? If you thought that was I know, I saw a little nod there.
There is a job posting on our website.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you thought that was a one-time number, or is that something that you think you see consistently going forward?
Yeah, so I mean, I think there's a couple of things to note on the legal item. One is that I'd been very, very frugal at the beginning of this year, and because I had overage in my budget, actually we shifted some of my legal budget funds. I don't recall, several tens of thousands of dollars. Oh, it was 100,000?
1 or 2.
Oh, it was like $100,000 over to the communications line item for additional communications expenses. So you're looking at the reduced legal budget for this year. And then for next year, as Dawn noted, we're going to be undertaking, we're going to be working in a more proactive and direct way at the commission. We have posted a position for a second regulatory analyst, and so that would impact the spend on that line item and those types of resources. So how do we bring things in-house? Is it more cost effective to use somebody at an hourly wage, but more expensive, more narrowly, or to have broader experience? And so that's
always the
something that
age-old question, isn't it?
Right, exactly. And so, I'm definitely proceeding with caution. I've been working closely with Dawn. I've been working closely with the Mahers. And so, cost effectiveness is very important to me. So, but Dawn can jump in a little more as well.
Just the last part of your question was
I
about
don't
going
need
forward.
any more, I'm sorry, I don't need any more detail, I just want I guess my point is this is just a preliminary budget, and I'm just throwing out questions, and we'll get to a final budget by, is it April?
Next month.
Is that when we're going to? March, I'm
March
sorry,
7th.
okay. And then I saw in the debt service, it looks like it went up a couple $100,000. Is that, from 990 to $1 million, almost 2?
That's a function of the new loan that was effective last summer, so that'll be in effect for the whole year, as opposed to this year that's ending up now was a split year between where we had lower debt. So with the increase of the working capital needs with the rollout of Richmond, there was an increase in the debt.
With the remainder, to the remainder of Marin, the last enrollment of Marin. And then,
Right.
So,
right,
and the concurrent term loan to that.
All right, and my last question is on other services that is so nicely laid out in some detail on the back side. The miscellaneous professional fees for $25,000. Maybe you don't need to tell me what they're all for now, but maybe another footnote or just a little bit more detail about that $25,000 would be helpful.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Then Donna, it looks like general and admin is going up $57,000. Is that primarily the office?
Yeah.
Any other questions on this side? Director Athens.
Just a clarification, I thought our office and meeting room rentals were part of our rent. So is this in relationship to other meeting spaces?
Well, office and meeting room rentals means, the lion's share of that is the office rental. But there are occasions where we need to rent rooms for public functions. Holiday party, for example, that was small, very, very modest by comparison. Occasionally, when we're doing outreach and holding meetings, we need to pay a modest fee to rent a space for that. Oh, and annual retreat, good point, that was another room rental.
But it is 95% is rental office, right?
Rental,
Yeah.
thank you.
Members of the public, comments on this item? Okay, bring it back to the board. So proposed MC budget for fiscal year 14, any further comments? How about a motion?
Second?
That we didn't meet
We're
until
not
next month.
approving the budget.
Absolutely.
I think we are.
No,
I thought it was next month.
You're accepting the proposed budget.
Oh, okay.
We're liking the proposed budget. We're liking.
Is that the motion? Like,
I like.
Fair enough. So we're voting, we have a motion and second to accept the proposed budget for fiscal year 14. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that carries. Item 10, proposed MCE rates for fiscal year 14. Emphasis on proposed.
Hi, good evening. My name's John DeLessi. And for those who don't know me, some of you are new. You don't know me, actually. But first of all, before I start, I just want to thank the members of the ad hoc rate setting committee. We had a good meeting last month. We went over the rate proposal and really got some good input. So Directors Rifkind and Koch and Green and Connor, I really appreciate the helpful feedback that you provided. So today, or this agenda item is to talk about the proposed rates for the coming fiscal year. The rate setting is really one of the more important responsibilities that this board has. And it's appropriate that we pay careful attention to the changes and how we set the program rates. I think what you'll see is the process that we've established here does that, takes it very seriously, and provides a lot of public input and ample time for consideration. For some of you, I think this would be the third rate setting cycle that you've been through, at least two of you I know, Directors Connolly and Cromwell, and make it four different times you've adopted rates if you include the initial rates in the implementation plan. I think for others of you, this is the first time. So before getting into the proposed rates, I wanted to take a little bit of time just to explain how MCE rates are set. So talk about the calendar, the process, some of the policies and the mechanics that go into it. So we're going to talk about the MCE rate setting cycle, the key policies and rate setting objectives that we use in developing the rate structure, the process itself, so more of the mechanics, and then we'll get into the specifics of the proposed rates for the fiscal year. And then lastly, we will talk about rate comparisons. So one of our key policies, as you'll see, is competitive rates, and we primarily consider how we stack up against PG&E as the primary measure of our competitiveness on the rate side, and we'll talk more specifically about that. So in terms of the rate setting cycle, typically the program rates are adjusted on an annual basis. It's really coordinated and synchronized with the budgeting process for the obvious linkages there. And the proposed rates are released in February, and this initiates a 60-day public review and comment period. So the final rates then are adopted in April, at the board meeting in April, and then they would go into effect immediately thereafter, so they'd essentially be effective the day after the April board meeting. One note here also is in situations where the rates are increasing, then MEA also provides notice to customers through newspaper notice, bill insert message, and also a lot of detailed information on the website. So this is just sort of in timeline format. So in January, the process starts with a preliminary budget for the fiscal year. And then we have an opportunity then to review the recent PG&E rate changes. PG&E typically adjusts their rates in January, on January 1st of each year. So we have a chance to review that and do a little benchmarking. And then we develop the proposed rates, and then we might work with the ad hoc committee or staff to sort of iterate around that. And then in February, where we are today, is we release those proposed rates publicly, present them here for discussion and acceptance of preliminary proposed rates, and really kick off that 60-day public review and comment period. And we also will initiate the customer notices as well. And then in March, the fiscal year budget would be approved. The final budget would be approved next month. And then in April, the final rates would be approved. So in terms of what goes into our thinking as we develop the rates, a number of policies have been established, many of these in the implementation plan, and they're listed here. So the primary considerations are, first, revenue sufficiency. Obviously, the rates have to recover the program cost. This program, the MEA program, is funded through rates entirely, and so that's a sort of a minimum requirement for the rates to do that. But another real policy is competitive rates. Customers in this program have a choice. They can remain in the program. They can choose PG&E. So one of the key policies is to make sure that the rates are as competitive as they can be in order to attract and retain customers. Rate stability is also a consideration. And so what this means is essentially, all else being equal, we'd like to minimize rate changes. And so that's something that is has been one of the selling points of MCE, is that the rate changes are less frequent and the rate fluctuations tend to be less or more stable than what is the case with PG&E rates. Customer understanding is important, and so to the extent that we can, we want to move towards simplicity and transparency in the rates. Equity among customers is also a key policy, and this can mean a number of things to a number of people, but the way we interpret that is essentially that rates should reflect cost for the most part. So if there's a difference in the rates that a customer pays, those should be because of differences in usage characteristics or differences in cost of service. And then finally, another key policy is efficiency. We want to send appropriate price signals through the rate structure, encourage efficient use of electricity, encourage off-peak usage as opposed to on-peak usage, those types of things. So now we'll move into the mechanics a little bit. And so there's a number of steps to the process, and it really begins with a forecast of customers and sales. We need to forecast we have roughly 20, almost 30 different rate schedules with different charges on those, so we need to forecast all of those billing quantities. And then that also feeds into the budget forecast as well, and the power supply message. So that's really the first step in the process. And then what's termed a revenue requirement is developed, and that's based on the budget. It's essentially the part of the budget that needs to be recovered through rates, which is historically been all of it, and now we are starting to get a little bit of public goods funding for the energy efficiency program, so there's a little piece that, there's a little bit of the budget that does not actually flow into the revenue requirement. And then there's a sort of an interim step before we get to actual designing the rates, and that is revenue allocation. So we take the revenue requirement And then we allocate those dollars to the various customer classes, so the customers are grouped into groupings of similar end-use customers, for example, residential class, small commercial, street lighting. And so we do a cost of service study for each of those kind of major classifications that goes into how those revenue requirement is allocated to those groups. And it's not all cost. We also look at some of the other policies. Rate stability and competitiveness are also key factors that go into that. And so we finally, we wind up with the sort of the revenue requirement by class, the revenue allocation process, and then we design the actual specific charges that apply to those rate classes, and those charges need to recover the revenues that are allocated to each class. So moving now to the specifics of the proposed rates for fiscal year 2014. This is the buildup of the revenue requirement, and it's really the budget that you just accepted preliminarily. For the most part, it's, I guess, aggregated a little bit differently, but in total, the budget is $89.4 million, and of that, about 2.1 million would be coming from the public goods funding. So the revenue requirement, the amount of budget that needs to recover through rates is $87.3 million. That includes the expansion into Richmond, so it includes the power supply expenses and the other costs that are associated with that larger customer base. Now, the revenues that are projected to be collected at the current rates would be the top line there, 81.5 million. So there's a projected deficiency of $5.8 million. So what that implies is that a rate increase would be necessary to close that deficiency. And so on a percentage basis, that would be a rate increase of about 7%. In terms of the revenue allocation, what we're proposing, and this is really based on looking at the cost of service and also how the rates would stack up to PG&E, is a fairly simple approach of allocating that increase on an equal percentage basis to all the customer classes. So as you can see here, each class would see a 7% increase in the revenues allocated. And the rationale for that is that when we look at the two kind of quantitative metrics that we primarily use, that's the cost of service and the competitive assessment, there aren't any situations where there's where any obvious adjustments should be made. So this matrix here, it really, what it shows is it's a comparison of how the proposed allocated revenues compare to the cost of service on the one side, on the one axis, and PG&E cost on the other. And so basically, we don't have any, under the proposal, we don't have any customer classes that are in the lower left or the upper right quadrants of this. If we did, if the class's revenue allocation was in the upper right quadrant, that would mean that that class's revenues are both above what we deem to be the cost to serve that class, and also above what PG&E charges. So that would suggest anyway, potentially reducing that class's revenue allocation. Down here, it's the inverse of that. If there were classes down in this lower left, that would mean that the class's revenue allocation is below our cost and below PG&E, so we might justify increasing that cost. We don't have any classes in those quadrants, so that's part of the justification why we think just using a system average percentage change is appropriate. Now, moving to the rate design steps, this is really the last step of the process. For the most part, the proposed rates would just increase all the rates by 7%, so that same sort of system average percentage change. With a few exceptions that are listed here. For the time of use rates, we did a little bit of realignment, mostly by not increasing the off-peak rate and then making some offsetting increases to the on-peak and the mid-peak rate. And that was really intended to better align those rate structures with what the PG&E rate structure is in order to maintain competitiveness. So we did that for the large commercial and industrial rates, that's the COM 19 and the COM 20 rates. And then we also made some similar adjustments in the optional residential time of use rates. So that would be the Res 7 and the Res 9. And again, those are revenue neutral changes, but we tried to sort of realign a little bit relative to PG&E. And then we're introducing a new rate schedule. It's a new time of use option for small commercial customers. This would be for customers that are otherwise served on the COM 1 schedule. And then the cost recovery charge, based on updated calculations, that would remain at 0. So this is part of the termination fee. If an MCE customer after the opt-out period decides to leave MCE and go back to PG&E, there's a small termination fee. It's $5 for most customers, up to $25 for the larger commercial customers. That fee is not proposed to change. So the second part of that fee structure is a cost recovery charge that depends on the value of MCE's ability to remarket the power when the customer leaves. MCE's portfolio has positive market value, so that charge will remain at 0. So that's known as the CRC, or the cost recovery charge. Now, in moving on to how the proposed rates will compare to what customers would otherwise pay to PG&E. So on the 1st of this year, PG&E pushed through about a 12% increase in their generation rates. And there was also a reduction in the CCA surcharges. So both of those are essentially good news for MCE's competitiveness. So as a result of that, under the proposed rates, MCE rates for 2014, so the higher ones that will kick in April, in aggregate, the costs are going to be virtually identical. So if you look at the entirety of the customer base, the total cost under MCE versus what they would pay, MCE with the CCA surcharges, to what they would pay if they were PG&E customers is about the same. Now, that's not true across the board. So some of the classes, there'll be lower costs than PG&E, and so those would be customers in the commercial, industrial, and streetlight classes will generally have lower costs than they would with PG&E, and customers in the residential, agricultural, and traffic control groups would have total costs that would be a little bit more than what they would pay to PG&E. One thing I think also to note is that we're anticipating another increase from PG&E sometime this year. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but there's a deferral of certain greenhouse gas compliance costs that originally PG&E was going to recover in the rates that went into effect in January. Those were stripped out towards the end of the year, and they're just being deferred. They will ultimately be collected in rates. We don't know exactly when that's going to be, but it should be sometime this year. So, and it's always sort of hazardous to predict PG&E's rates, but our suspicion is that at some point during this year, their rate's going to go up again, and so the total cost for MC customers is actually going to be lower than PG&E almost across the board. There's probably still be a few exceptions, but for the vast majority, that's going to be the case. So then, looking a little bit more specifically, the majority of MCE customers are on Schedule Res 1, And so basically, for a typical residential customer, an MCE service would cost about 90 cents per month more than what it would cost as a PG&E customer. Important to remember that this customer through MCE gets 50% renewable power, and with PG&E would get 20%. I think it's also interesting, it's not interesting, I think it's important to understand that the MCE rate is actually lower than the PG&E rate, but the customer is not getting that cost reduction because of the CCA surcharges that PG&E applies. So in this case, the bill from MCE would be $37 even for a residential customer that uses 500 kilowatt hours a month. PG&E for their generation rates, they would charge $39.42. But because the customer's MCE, there's a surcharge tacked on of $3.32, so that actually puts the cost a little bit higher than it would be with PG&E. But this is less than $1, so I think from a competitive standpoint, it's certainly an improvement from how things were last year. So, as I said, despite the rate increase that's required, the competitive position of MCE relative to 2012 is actually improved, and that's because of the reduction in the surcharges as well as the increase in the PG&E generation rate. So if you think about the expansion to Richmond and the impact of bringing in the new customers, we expect that impact for those customers to be minimal or potentially nothing, depending on what happens on the PG&E rate side. If that rate increase goes through, it could be a benefit for those customers. If not, it could wind up costing $1 or so more per month. And so the recommendation here is to accept the proposed rates, preliminary rates for 2014. Again, that would kick off the 60-day comment period, and we'd be bringing these back to the extent where comments are received, feedback from the board, changes to the budget that would ultimately be adopted next month, then we would potentially revise the rates. Otherwise, we'll bring the same rates back to you in April. But the recommendation is to accept them and initiate that public review process. Happy to take questions. I'm sure you have
one. I just have a question, and this obviously must be the way you've done it in the past, but it seems a little odd to me, since you just said there may be some adjustment to rates after public input, that you adopt a budget in March, but you don't adopt the rates until April. But you're still allowing a 60-day public comment. It basically says to me, if I make they're going to adopt the budget in March, but they're going to take another 30 days of public review and comment, but we've already adopted the budget, and then you adopt the rates. I mean, I don't understand why you don't adopt the budget and the rates in the same meeting. It seems a little odd.
Okay, so, I think
if I was a resident, I would say, why am I wasting my time? They already adopted the budget.
right. So, but in the budget is an important part of the rates, but it's not the only part of it. So, I mean, the budget sets the overall amount that needs to be recovered, the revenue requirement. But from whom you recover a revenue requirement, that's a different question, right? So, we're proposing to allocate it in a specific way. So somebody can say, well, we really ought to reduce commercial rates and increase residential rates to counteract that. So there are decisions that could be made that sort of is about who you collect the budget from. So I think that's different than just what the budget is. But I think the process really is structured this way is in order to develop a proposed rate, you have to have a budget that goes with it, right? So those go together. But we want to make sure that there's a 60-day review process for the rate. There hasn't been a requirement established for that long of a review process for the budget, and so that's why it looks like it may be a little out of sync. But that's the way that the process was originally structured. That doesn't make sense?
Yeah, if I could add on to that, I think one other thing, I think John did a great job of just explaining why there are more factors that go into the rate setting than just the budget. So the budget, of course, is important because that sets up what is our revenue requirement for the year. That's really important. But there are other factors. PG&E rates, as was mentioned, are subject to change between now and April 1. So if we were to set rates at the very beginning of March, they weren't going to be going into effect at the very beginning of April, that we kind of lose a month there where we could have some flexibility to still make changes until the very beginning of our fiscal year. So having that flexibility actually in the past has been really important to us because there have been rate changes passed through on the PG&E side several times per year. And so that may happen before April. That's an important thing to have some flexibility for.
I have no problem with the rates being approved in April. I would just make the budget approved in April. I mean, many towns approve their budgets in July or the end of June when that fiscal year is starting. It just seemed odd to me.
You know, part of the practical problem with that is if there was a change made to the final budget at the April meeting, we wouldn't have rates that are consistent with the budget. So there has to be, you know, the budget has to get set and then the rates designed. So you do them together at the same meeting, you don't have that opportunity. Does that make sense?
I guess.
Director of
So I just throw this out. I understand now after attending the rate setting meeting about 1% of the whole rate process. It would be great if we could, it's true. It'd be great if we could, from a marketing standpoint, say that we're going to not be 90 cents higher, but equal to or better than what PG&E is offering. I know last year was more than that, and so we're much closer. And so I just throw that out as something for us to look hard at over the next 60 days, if there's something that we could approach. And I understand PG&E's rates could change further over the next period of time, but I just think from a marketing standpoint, it would really be stellar for us if we don't have to do that last look. Well, it's the same, or it's almost the same, or it's $1 higher. It'd be great if we could say it's equal or better.
What would that scenario look like?
Right, so if we were to reallocate the revenue, redo the revenue allocation to essentially achieve total cost parity for the residential class, what that would look like is a 5% increase for the residential class instead of the 7%, but then it would push the increase for some of the commercial classes up to 11%. So that would be, you know, what you would need to consider is, especially when you consider the cost of service study, which shows that, you know, those the residential rate is already a little bit below the estimated cost of service, even at the 7% level. You know, justifying sort of dropping that relative to the other classes, it certainly could be done. It would be putting more emphasis on, you know, that particular policy objective, which would be competitiveness or rate parity. But, you know, it couldn't be done without impacting the other classes.
Understood, and that's a policy question just for the board to reach, and you've presented what is obviously the most equitable distribution, because it was even across the board in all classes. I just wanted to raise the issue for people to think about.
Thank you, Lynn.
Director O'Donnell.
Yeah, I have a question about, I guess about costs, because it seems like the major cost is the cost of the energy coming into the system. And you project that the costs are going up. Do you have a figure as to how much those costs are actually going up?
Well, yeah, see, the vast majority of power supply costs are, the prices are fixed, they're known contractually. So we're able to project pretty accurately what the change in the power supply cost is going to be. You know, what's more uncertain is what the total energy usage is going to be. There's going to be some variances there, but the power supply costs, you know, we have a fixed price contract.
Right. That's what I understood.
Yeah. So So that increase, the increase in the power supply costs themselves, the unit rate in effect, or the average cost is about 20%. It's actually a pretty large increase from 2012 to 2013. It sort of gets diluted, you know, so it doesn't obviously translate directly into a 20% programmatic cost increase, because that's just a portion of the overall revenue requirement. And that's just the raw commodity cost. So it doesn't include the renewable power costs. Those costs aren't changing going into next year. It doesn't include capacity costs. Those costs are also not changing. So it's just the brown power prices, which are actually increasing from 2012 to 2013.
Right, because you show in the budget a difference, a cost differential between the revenue that you expect to receive and the cost of the power coming in at 12%. And the prior year, according to your budget, it's about 16.5%. So the cost factor has definitely seemed to have risen as a percentage of the revenue that you're going to receive, that you're incoming. And yet, we have fixed contracts where those costs are locked in. So I'm kind of trying to understand why that percentage is narrowing this year versus being larger last year.
Right. So, in that fixed price contract, there's a price step up from year to year. Right. So that's the reason that the sort of the margin's narrowing. That's when we establish the budget, we sort of target a contribution to reserve, and what we're targeting for this coming year is about 2.5%. Last year, the target was a little bit higher than that, and that was possible primarily because we had very low power supply costs for 2012, but they do step up moving into 2013, so that's why you see that.
What percentage is that step up?
Well, for the as I was saying, there's a number of, there's different types of power that has to be bought. So there's renewable power, there's conventional sort of brown power, and there's capacity. So the price for the brown power is increasing about 20%, and the price for the other power cost components aren't changing at all. So I don't have an exact number of what that translates into overall in terms of power supply, but I would guess it's probably around not too far from the 7%, maybe 8 or 9% overall increase in the unit power supply cost.
Further questions for John? Members of the public?
Question, just clarifying question. The question, I'm sorry, Aram Shumavan, I live in Terralinda, just over the hill here, I guess. The question about making customer class allocations decisions, as it relates to demand response programs or some mechanisms by which you might be able to mitigate some of those increases, has there been any analysis around that? I guess I'm just saying, if you're going to target a customer class like commercial to take a slightly larger hit as a potential proposal here, are there incentives that you can offer or have considered analyzing, offering incentives to that customer class to try to change, say, the on-peak burden that you might have from that kind of customer class?
Only to the extent that those would be included in some of the efficiency programs that we talked about earlier. We don't really look at those as part of the rate design process per se. We're looking at rates for this year, and we don't have any programs like that right now. So they could potentially be developed, but they wouldn't really be part of the rate setting discussion for April. It would take time to develop a program like that.
Thank you for that clarifying question. One more is the step up that you described for brown power is baked in how many years out now?
So there's And so, I guess, should I be engaging in a back and forth there is the first question, but let me answer the question. Those are set forth in the power supply agreement with Shell, and that agreement goes out through 2017. So the prices change year by year. It's not the same magnitude of a change, but that contract is publicly available. Thank you.
Just as a general comment as well, at the time at which that agreement was executed with Shell, the step-ups in price on an annual basis were consistent with what we were seeing in the market generally. So this is, kind of as expected, so to speak. And at the back end of this contract, which is a really nice feature of it, the rates for power are very, very flat. So while there is kind of this, year step up that we're seeing right now, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, so to speak, is a very flat rate in the future. So I think
Is that step up 20%?
No, it varies by year, and again, because prices were tied to market conditions at the point at which that agreement was executed. Those were the year-to-year step-ups that were observed in the market based on, a number of
the price
inputs.
of natural gas or something like
That in particular, yes.
And what we see is very low current prices and projections of higher prices.
Yeah.
And so you'll see that in the forward curves, and that's what you see in the power supply agreement that's in place.
You also see it in PG&E's pricing that went up 12% in January.
that. I don't understand the rationale.
Yeah, and of course, we're bringing new supply online as well in the coming years, so obviously that plays a role as well.
Yeah, that's right. So there's at least 2 projects that are anticipated delivering. One, or actually 3 if you include the airport project. So 2 of those are already delivering. That's the Gen Power project, landfill gas project, the airport, and then we're expecting the G2 landfill gas project to come online during this year as well.
Okay. Further public comment on this item? We'll bring it back. Dawn, what are we being asked to do tonight on this?
Yeah, tonight the request is just to approve the proposed rates, and that would initiate the public noticing process.
And obviously, if there are further thoughts from the board, those can also be addressed at a later date.
Yeah, so accepting the proposed rates that are in attachment A would be subject to final approval of the rates in April.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? That moves. Thanks for your work. Item 11, the remaining items should go rather quickly.
Regulatory update.
No, because we know Beth is going to make it very fast. Item 11, addendum to agreement with Noble Energy Solutions.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to try to liven it up by being brief and to the point and just say good evening and hello to members of the board I haven't presented yet. I'm fairly new to the team, and members that remaining in the public, thanks for your endurance. And I have some good news. We have a very important addendum to an existing contract with Noble Energy Solutions. I'm not going to bore you by reading through the staff report, which was made available to the public and is in front of you now, but I just want to kind of extract a few key points. One is which this is an important critical relationship that we have in place. We work directly with PG&E and obviously Noble Energy Solutions to essentially provide the service that we do to our customers with all of the data, call center assistance, you name it. There's a number of items in the existing contract which we provided, and then the proposed addendum, which is the more exciting piece, which I'll highlight. The reason being is this is an essential service. We have a really high-functioning relationship already in place with Noble Energy Solutions. We have an extended term proposed to you tonight to help kind of stabilize and enhance that relationship and continue to grow. And we've been able to negotiate over the course of about 6 weeks a significant cost savings, even if it's approved tonight, taking effect as of
tomorrow. Of course, that's with our existing customer base in place, and then with the onboarding of Richmond, it only helps increase the scope of that savings as we bring on more and more customers. So that's very exciting. This also, just to kind of footnote what was probably mentioned at the budget item discussion, is this was brought to the XCOM meeting just to kind of vet and share with you all in draft form as well. Just like any other important decision, we always bring it to the XCOM, which is open to the public to kind of chime in, weigh in, provide feedback. So that's just another footnote where we bring to you tonight a more formalized version. So a few of the key takeaways. Obviously, down towards the bottom of the staff report, there's a few items that, as I said, there's existing pieces of the scope that we've added to. One of the key enhancements is the establishment of a balanced payment program. PG&E has a balanced payment program in place, and we are working on ours, and Noble will be critical to making that really take root and be successful. So we're very excited about that component. An on-bill repayment program, which Becky's mentioned, very, very key, critical piece, and we're real confident in Noble's ability to sort of staff that element. So another exciting element there. Enhanced customer information systems. They already provide that sort of CRM system for us, like a Salesforce, but this negotiation process really helped us solidify a much broader scope of service in that same regard to help us really have a sort of, real-time dashboard interface with what's happening with our customers day to day, which is exciting, and Noble's, again, critical in that. I'll just, again, bring down to item number 5, another exciting piece as we roll out to Richmond is the translation services that will be enhanced for a number of different languages. You'll see them written there for the inbound calls, etc. And then finally, and maybe Kirby, if you need to touch on this just to sort of provide the value behind what a QRE actually is. But all I can say is this is a critical element to our feed-in tariff program. It's something that would be quite costly to have to sort of farm out to another vendor, and the whole onboarding process there complicated. So another exciting piece that Kirby helped us lay into the negotiation process, and it's there. So do you have anything to add?
Yeah, really, it is kind of a key piece of the puzzle here in the sense that for the San Rafael Airport solar project in particular, the QRE services provided by Noble are really the way that data is transferred to REGIS, the Western Renewable Energy Generation Information System, which is the Western Interconnect's clearinghouse for renewable energy certificates. This is the way that data is transferred to REGIS for the purpose of creating those renewable energy certificates. So all of the production data from the airport and any future feed-in tariff projects will be transferred by Noble to REGIS, thereby creating those recs that we can claim for compliance purposes and also just general renewable energy delivery.
So essentially, you'll see at the close of the staff report the fee structure that we negotiated. The monthly fee is there. We feel like it's a very great value for what we're getting. And again, kind of as a sort of layout to the attachments that we provided, just looking at it, over the course of this meeting, the simple layout of, each of the buckets of sort of services they provide compared to what we agreed to in March of this year, what the board agreed to in March of this year, and now what we're bringing to you tonight. I mean, just by line item, it's about double, if not greater, in many of the buckets, if you will, and we've also added buckets, and we've realized a cost savings there. So we feel like the monthly fee is a great value there. And the per meter fee, again, as I mentioned, initially in our existing agreement, it's $1.75 per meter, and we negotiated that down to $1.50. So as I said, even if this is approved and starting tomorrow, we'll realize savings right there with our existing customer base, and that only scales greater as we roll out to Richmond. So, Dawn, do you want to add anything other?
No, I just want to clarify that in the draft attachment, the start date of the contract the operational period for the addendum would actually be going on April 1. So it won't be tomorrow, but it'll be April 1, and we're excited to be receiving some savings and receiving a lot of extra services.
So maybe in that next month, we'll even gain a greater customer base, and then that savings will be greater than it would be if it started tonight. Sorry about that. So that, with that said, does anyone have questions with the staff report? I don't want to minimize the importance of this, but respect the time. So our recommendation is to approve, vote to approve the addendum to the agreement.
Thank you, Emily, for the presentation. Any questions or comments for Emily from the board or the public?
Yes. There's a cancellation fee of $125,000, which
Yeah.
seems like a hefty number. Is there a explanation of why that's an appropriate amount for a cancellation fee of this contract?
Yeah, there's a great story behind that,
Yeah.
that number. When we were beginning to launch MEA, we needed a data manager, and we had no money. And we had negative money. And we had heard that Noble, at the time they were called Sempra Energy Solutions, they were interested in exploring working with CCAs to provide data management services because they'd done that with DA parties before. And given that we had no money, in order to sell a contract with us to their team, they needed to have a cancellation fee in the event that we failed. At this point, that's kind of a moot point, but at that time, it was really important to kind of get the contract approved on their side. And it's worth mentioning that they did a lot of heavy lifting in the early months to be prepared to serve our customers before we had resources to compensate them for that.
They originally wanted a setup fee, if you recall.
That's true.
A couple $100,000, so.
Good point. I think that was your idea, to kind of maneuver that into a termination fee instead of a setup fee. So.
Has there been any conversation about revising this part of the cancellation fee terms so that there's some precision about what grounds for cancellation would be that might be linked to a number that now that there's less of a fear of our going out of business, we have a more precise basis on terms of cancellation of what the fee might be, some more realistic number and more precision in the language.
Sure, yeah, I think that's a great idea, and that's something we can certainly take up with the future addendum.
Great, thanks.
It seems very appropriate. Okay, seeing no further comment on this item, I'll entertain a motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, that matter carries. Item 12, First Amendment to River City Bank Credit Agreement.
Yeah, and I'll be presenting this item. This is really, in a way, almost a cleanup item. I feel like we're really going back in the history of MEA today. We have 2 term loan agreements outstanding with River City Bank. One was entered into to sort of roll up all of our outstanding loans at the beginning of our operations, and then the second one was entered into in order to incorporate the Phase 2B loads and various Phase 2 loads this past year. So they were entered into at 2 very different points in time, and so the first term loan, which is what this amendment addresses, was when we were a much smaller and newer agency, and then the second one was when we became larger and more established as we are now. And so the second term loan agreement contained better terms for us, and these are conforming changes to conform it to those better terms. So it addresses 2 cross default, one cross default and 1 permitted lien amount, and it's just essentially reflects that we're a larger and more established entity. So there's no change in principal amount or interest amount or other fee terms and conditions. It's only the items that are referenced in the staff report. So folks have questions or comments, I'm happy to field them.
Doesn't look like we have any comments or questions on this item.
It's straightforward.
How about a motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, that matter carries. Item 13, MEA open season overview.
All right. So I think for some of you, this will be a reminder of an upcoming procurement process that's kind of key to our, one of our key objectives here, which is advancing towards increased amounts of renewable energy supply for the MCE customer base. For others that may not be familiar with this, this will inform you a bit as to what this process entails. Actually, let me get up here so I can see what I'm doing. So.
By the way, Kirby, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Kirby Ducell. I'm part of the technical team here that works with the Marin Energy Authority. So I'm assuming that everyone does that. Fantastic. Okay, so the open season procurement process for renewable energy, it's an annual process. This is our second annual open season that will be commencing here in the not too distant future. And there's really one primary purpose for why it is that we're doing that, and that's because that our renewable energy needs are growing over time with expansion to additional customers, increased regulatory obligations in terms of renewable energy procurement, more specifically the California Renewable Portfolio Standard, which increases procurement obligations from 20 to 33% over time, and minimum in-state delivery requirements associated with the RPS going up over time as well. There is a need for us to go out and contract on a forward basis for additional renewable energy. We also have an overriding aspirational goal of the agency here, which is to further increase renewable energy to the greatest extent possible over time. So the open season process was created as a standardized kind of template-based process that avoided the need to engage suppliers on an ad hoc or one-off basis. There was a point in time, and that time kind of it continues to date really, where we received a lot of just random proposals from prospective renewable energy projects, and that became a fairly administratively intensive process to look at each one of those proposals on an ad hoc basis as it came across one of our desks. And so what we thought is that it would be a really good idea to channel these proposals into a standardized process that used a standardized template so that we could really alleviate the administrative burden and drive towards a little bit more discipline in looking at these renewable energy opportunities. This process here also kind of really aligns and supports some of the objectives that were identified in our recently adopted resource plan. And those are things that you see up here, things like cost stability, cost minimization, technological diversity, and supplier diversity. And it alleviates the need in administering this process to try to time the market. So by having this on an annual basis, it's much like dollar cost averaging in the investment community. I know some of you that sit on various committees here have heard me say that before, but it allows you to engage the market on a regular basis, see what pricing looks like, and make a determination at that point in time as to whether or not you ought to contract on a forward basis. So just kind of keeps your finger on the pulse, so to speak. This is a slide that was lifted from our recently adopted resource plan, and you can see here that some of the shaded areas that align with specific renewable energy technologies are really what we're trying to procure to on a forward basis. In the past, I'm going to go ahead and skip to the next slide, and we can come back to this if we need to. In the past, by the past I mean 2012, we developed a process that was really fundamentally focused on encouraging broad participation from the renewable development community. And we were very successful in that regard. I think there was a fair amount of flexibility in the requirements that we developed, and we also, I guess, exhibited a little bit of flexibility with regard to our willingness to negotiate specific terms within our standard power purchase agreement with certain suppliers after the shortlisting process. And so with that particular open season in 2012, we had a great deal of success, but we also got a lot of proposals from fairly unqualified respondents, and spent a fair amount of time during the negotiation process going over unique terms within our form PPA. So looking forward to 2013, as with many things in this agency, we're looking to refine something that was already quite effective to begin with. And so in 2013, one of the things that we started with is an updated load forecast. This was something that John was intimately involved with here, and from that updated load forecast fell an updated renewable energy forecast, which really quantified our future need for various renewable energy products. And you can see here There are 4 of those in the table that are addressed here within the upcoming open season. Specifically, those products are limited to RPS eligible, so these are products that will allow us to demonstrate compliance with California's Renewable Portfolio Standard. Green Energy eligible certificates, which make up the balance of our renewable energy obligations to fulfill our 50% renewable energy commitment to Lightning customers. And then also in this cycle, we've thrown in kind of a third non-renewable product, which is resource adequacy capacity, which is an obligation that all load-serving entities, including MEA, must attend to provide sufficient capacity on the grid in the event of various system conditions. So we do have a forward need for this product as well, and that was folded in to our upcoming open season. So as far as other changes, looking forward, we did allow a little bit more flexibility with regard to term length. In 2012, we imposed a minimum 10-year contract term, but we've seen some really nice opportunities come along with shorter contract term lengths and very favorable pricing associated with that. So we thought it'd be a good idea to see what the market had to offer with a broader range of term length opportunities. We also, this time around, are going to impose a much stricter set of requirements with regard to our form contract. You can see here that those 2 particular items, one is focused on credit, and we basically will accept no changes to our form contract related to credit requirements that might be imposed on MEA or its member municipalities. And then the other requirement is really an administrative one, and that requires all of our respondents to submit any suggested modifications to the PPA at the time that their response template is submitted. So if they don't do that, that will be grounds for proposal rejection as well. So as far as the other administrative details related to the process, proposals must be submitted by March 1st, so this is coming up rather quickly. We have a webinar scheduled on Monday. I believe we have a whole heck of a lot of RSVPs so far, I think. 26. So we did have a fairly extensive distribution list that was notified of the upcoming dates and process. We'll be talking with many of those prospective respondents on Monday regarding what the process entails for 2013. And I think just a general comment here, looking forward in 2013 here, we're really looking to improve the overall quality of the respondents rather than the quantity. In the past, it was very exciting to get a whole lot of responses, a whole lot of capacity that was out there, but I think this time around, we'd really rather see a smaller amount of highly qualified proposals, and I think that that's what we're going to get in light of these changes. So any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions for Kirby? Great, thanks for the update. Yes.
As I understand it, you're asking for a fixed price for the duration of whatever the contract term may be, and I just want to know if that is correct. And secondly, how much of your needs do you think you might satisfy through this mechanism as opposed to others?
Yeah, so the answer to your first question is yes, one of the bid requirements is that a flat or levelized price must be proposed for all energy deliveries over the entirety of the contract term. Now, if that requirement is met, respondents may also offer alternative pricing proposals. But again, that first requirement needs to be met. The second question that you asked related to what percentage or how much of our future need we're looking to contract for here. And I think the answer to that question is it depends. We've quantified what the need is, and we'll have to see what the responses look like. But I think, we don't go into this process with any predeterminations as to what those volumes look like.
Thanks.
One more question from the public here. Aaron Shumavan. How are you handling the prioritization of RPS versus green E versus capacity. I mean, obviously every entity that's going to be bidding in is going to have some different amount of qualifying capacity.
We are going to have, we actually created 3 distinct response templates for each one of the different products that we've requested. And it sounded like there might have been a question embedded in that one related to capacity specifically. So that there is a standalone ask that we're making this time around for resource adequacy capacity as a standalone. Now, there may be products, renewable energy products, that are proposed that also have a certain amount of qualifying capacity associated with them. So part of the evaluative process that we'll undertake is valuing that element of the proposed delivery and then comparing that to the others that we have that might not include capacity as part of their offer.
Just to follow on that, is that then one process where you look at all those, so you sort of see what the value for RA capacity is, and then based on what might clear that portion of the process, you assign an avoided cost associated with the RPS?
Yeah, there will definitely be an element to that. I think we already have some data points related to RA costs through our existing supply agreements. So I think regardless of what we see with respect to resource adequacy pricing, we'll have a good point of reference through our existing agreements, and then whatever we get through this process, we'll just add to that.
But the separate RA piece is a new feature.
That's a new feature, yeah. We one of the things, and I really didn't highlight this, and I should have, but one of the key objectives that was articulated at the time the resource plan was adopted was an intent of this agency to move away from kind of the more sole source, full requirements supply that we've been getting from Shell over time. And with regard to resource adequacy and renewable energy in particular, a more independently managed portfolio for those 2 products. And so that's kind of what we're driving towards here as well.
And that seems consistent with our integrated resource.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And again, the public is encouraged to attend the upcoming conference.
I believe we have ample...
We have space, yeah.
Yeah, ample seats. So I would encourage you, if anybody's interested, visit the website, get the information, make the appropriate contacts, and I think there's an email that needs to be sent to indicate interest, and then the login credentials for the webinar will be forwarded to that individual.
Great.
And just like most developers, people will probably wait till last minute, so we have enough capacity to welcome folks at the last minute. So sooner the better, but you can go on the website, and it's procurement@marinenergy.com.
Good enough. Okay, item 14, communications update.
Right, I'll actually be stepping in here for Jamie, who's not able to be with us here today. The first part of this update actually is community outreach in Richmond, if Alex is available.
Hi, everyone. I promise I'll be quick. Thank you.
Plus, Alex will fire us out at this hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You don't need coffee.
Yeah.
He's been drinking all the coffee.
Yeah, thanks so much for sticking around. I'm really excited to speak with you. I know some in the exec committee have already suffered through this presentation, so I'll be quick. But for those I haven't met yet, especially the new folks, my name is Alex DeGiorgio. I'm the Community Affairs Representative for MEA, and I was thrilled to be able to have this assignment of outreach in Richmond. I personally think it's the best gig in the organization at the moment. My family used to run an Italian restaurant in what is still today called the Baltic, which is in Point Richmond. So my grandfather and father ran it, and at the same time my mom was a reporter for the Richmond Confidential. Sorry, not the Confidential, the Independent. I keep calling it Confidential. So this has been a lot of fun for me to be able to be back where my brother and I ran around as little kids. And also, just so you know what my credentials are, I have a law degree from UC Berkeley, which is specialized in environmental law and clean tech law. And I also have a background in campaign organizing. I was a campaign manager for the Palo Alto Green Energy and Compost Initiative. We won by 65%. And I think, though, this might be an even more fun campaign than that one. That was a good one. Let's get right to it. One great thing about Richmond, you cannot find a more dynamic city than Richmond, California. One of the great aspects of it, at least for those of us who are going to be on the ground there, and by the way, things are about to get a lot better too, because now I got Ben in the mix, and that's going to be a whole lot more fun because Ben lives there. The language profile is one of the coolest things about it, because as you can see, tenemos que hablar español, mucho español, porque hay mucha gente que habla español allí. As you can see, almost a and also the language profile within the Asian community breaks down into several different languages, and as Emily was mentioning before, and as we'll see on the next slide, we are addressing all of the language issues there because, as we've been telling people in Richmond, the whole point of community choice is to give people a choice, and it only works if they're making an informed choice.
Yeah.
When people opt out, I shed a little tear, but that's the program working too, and we're reminding people of that. Another great thing about the language is that deep green translates to verde fuerte, and we were having fun in the exec committee saying that together, and it always makes me want to dance a little bit when I see the words verde fuerte. Here again, just referring to the translation materials, these are all the languages that we're going to be able to conversant in. Well, when it comes to MCE, you can add Korean to that list now, thanks to Ben. Richmond is not only dynamic demographically, linguistically, but also what they're doing over there in terms of sustainability and renewable energy. A lot of folks don't know this, but in 2010, Richmond was the #1 city in solar watts per capita, and that was before MCE even got there. So another really important game changer, I would call it, is Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. It's going to be larger than Chevron in terms of its size, its employees, that whole thing. It's a lot of people are talking about this is a really exciting development, and I'd be happy to talk more about it with folks later on. Also, Richmond Build, who you've heard of before, they're going to be partners with us in helping us actually get what people are very interested in the long-term horizon, which is creating jobs. That's one great thing about distributed generation is that deployments of solar, those are jobs that can't be outsourced. They have to happen here, no matter where those panels are made. Energy efficiency, you have the best in the business with Becky Menton, and that's going to be a big part of what we're offering in Richmond and providing in Richmond. As you can see, that almost half of the buildings there were built about half a century ago, so there's a lot of efficiency that can be done there.
It don't push 60 is that long ago.
Yeah. The one cool thing about the Deep Green or Verde Fuerte program is that we're going to be developing a product label that looks like this, that we are hoping to offer to commercial establishments especially. So if things go as well as I hope, you should be seeing this product label on perhaps a coffee that was roasted at a roastery in Richmond or Marin, beer that was brewed in Richmond or Marin, bread that was baked in Richmond or Marin. They can feature this. It's added value for them. There's a lot of fair trade and organic certifications out there already. Unless you're in MCE territory, you're not going to have the option of having this. So it's a real way for those types of brands to distinguish themselves from the competition. It's added value. And we're also going to have one for the 50%, for the light green too. So if you folks know businesses that are already on light green or deep green, you might want to have them come give me a call. Just to give you kind of a visual sense of what we're dealing with in Richmond, in terms of local generating capacity, local deployments, that sort of thing. On the left, you see a satellite photo. This was provided by the city manager's office in Richmond. I'm spending a cool bit of time these days. The darker the blue, if you can make it out on the screen, the larger the rooftop. So these are some of the largest rooftops in the city. And this doesn't even count the residential rooftops for the most part, unless it's a huge residence, because these are all the largest rooftops. So that should give you a sense of what we're talking about in terms of the solar resources that are available there. As long as the weather complies, tomorrow there's going to be a whole lot of sunlight hitting those roofs that we're not harvesting, and hopefully we will be soon. Just really quickly to touch on this, one of the things that we took, or several of the things that we took away from APCO, but the first one I think is kind of the most important, that ratepayer values, both in Marin and in Richmond, tend to align with MCE's structure and mission. And this is a quote from the APCO report saying, just learning about who MCE is by far the most important component of MCE's reputation in Richmond. Basically what that means is the more people know us, the more they like us. And I can verify that that has been my personal experience there, that when I talk to people, there's often a healthy dose of skepticism, which is good, but as soon as we start to talk and answer a few questions and tell people how we're structured, what our mission is, what our end game is, where our revenues go and where they don't go, people like that. And yeah, choice is something that we're emphasizing there. It's hard for people not to get behind having more choice and having more options, which I know folks here know already. We're also emphasizing that care and medical baseline remain, because that's important to people in Richmond as well. And again, just the idea that ratepayer revenues, that we're localizing ratepayer revenues, people have really been giving me good feedback that they like the idea of democratizing the energy economy with a choice of in, out, or up. This is, every day this gets a little bit more outdated, but these are some of the outreach activities that we're engaged in. The first numbered are the neighborhood coordinating councils. Richmond has this really cool system of neighborhood coordinating councils, and they have about 35 of them, I think, and about 25 are operating right now. And our goal is to get to as many neighborhood councils as possible to deliver presentations and answer questions from the community. We have at least 2 or 3 more since we put this presentation together that are up there. But we've given one to the RNCC, which is the umbrella organization, and then we've gone to Laurel Park and Point Richmond. And I'd say we had a lot of success there in terms of it was a really lively discussion in both cases, and certainly a lot of fun. And we've got more coming up at Coronado, Marina Bay, the North and the East, Richmond Heights. Those should be fun too. And by the way, anyone is welcome to come to those. Director Butt was at the one in Point Richmond. That's his neighborhood. I should also mention that he was the landlord of our restaurant when my parents were running that restaurant. So as I said before, you can rest assured that he is a very patient man. We're also going to be hitting up all the large community events, especially the ones that come towards after enrollment, or after the first notices go out. So Cinco de Mayo, Juneteenth, 4th of July, that sort of thing.
What's Juneteenth?
Juneteenth, it's a festival they have there. Yeah, I have never been to it, so I'm interested in.
I've never had it.
One thing I also want to point out is that we are organizing and convening a MCE Richmond Community Leader Advisory Group. We're going to be basically trying to get about 10 or fewer people representing different parts of the Richmond community to help us with our outreach campaign. We hope to hold at least 2 town hall meetings, and what we hope the group will do is help us with outreach, help us get good attendance at those meetings. I should also mention that Urban Tilth is an organization that organized the MLK Day of Service this year, which was a ton of fun. We were a level 1 sponsor, that's the highest sponsor you can be, and man, that has paid off really well because we got our name out there. They're run by a young woman named Doria Robinson, and she's really well connected in the community. She's got her hands in all types of things, and a lot of people have been coming to her, or coming to me via her, so that sponsorship has really paid off well, and I really look forward to doing more stuff with them. These are some of the more outreach activities that we have planned on the horizon. getting to present to some of the business communities over there is something that's a high priority for us. They have several different organizations there that deal with local businesses. And we're already members of the Richmond Chamber of Commerce. And Chairman Connolly and I got to go to one of their events not too long ago, the Business for Breakfast, and it was really fun. Thank you for letting me tag along. I felt like we were greeted kind of like celebrities. We're also going to be doing conventional ads, newspaper ads. There's some cool Richmond-based media organizations that we're going to be collaborating with. Some of them also do like small videos. I'd really like to see some like very short, pithy sizzle videos go out there. We've already seen some that these organizations have done with like hip hop videos and things like that that are really cool. Another sponsorship that is really exciting is the Mindful Life Project. They're going to elementary schools in Richmond and actually Marin. I think they're now about to start in Bolinas and I think maybe in Novato. But they work with elementary age students, teaching them mindfulness techniques. My partner is getting her doctorate in clinical psychology, so she's a huge fan of mindfulness. She works with veterans who have post-traumatic stress, and this is something that she has convinced me is something that is the future. And this organization is going to be going into, actually already is in Nystrom Elementary School, which is in the Coronado neighborhood, which is one of the rougher neighborhoods. And it was our support that's going to be able to keep that program going in Nystrom Elementary. And it's really exciting. It's really fun to watch. They've got some cool videos too. They do art, yoga, positive hip hop, all these things to help the students get adept at techniques that we probably all could benefit from having. You already know about opt-out notices. Questions? This is also a photo from the MLK Day of Service. As you can see, everyone is totally crowding our MCE booth. So we were one of the hot topics there.
Point out which one that is. It's the square.
These square things is us, and this whole canopy is us. And I'm not joking when I say that we did not get one negative comment, one negative look, nothing. Everyone was very welcoming, really interested, had a lot of questions. It was a really fun day. I suggest you guys come out next year. It'll be even better. And again, that whole event is Urban Tilth and Doria Robinson and getting people involved in urban ag and that sort of thing. It's really hot stuff, man. Richmond is the place to be. I'm telling you. The questions. Thanks to you guys. I mean, we're there because of you. So thank you.
All right, we're psyched.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could you go back to the first slide?
Sure.
What? That one. Okay, so you're talking about community outreach in Richmond?
Yes.
But the view is from Marin. And it seems to me that if we're talking about outreach in Richmond, the view ought to be from Richmond. And it's just a suggestion, but it was just glaring. When I first saw that, it was like, wait a minute, that's not Richmond, that's from Marin.
But we're reaching
No,
out to
that's
Richmond.
technically from Oakland.
No, that's from, looks like
I
San
do think this is
looks like
looking-
from the Waterdown Club.
Yeah.
I used to live, can I say
No,
something?
that's the baby.
I used to live in Point Richmond.
Is that the baby?
That's
No, no, it's Centerville.
I don't think it's a big rig.
Oh, it's the rich word.
That's
Is
what
that
Richmond
Richmond
Bridge.
Bridge?
Ford. I used to live in Point Richmond.
Yeah.
But it's good we know what bridge it is.
You're right in that but I think what this picture is it's actually looking at Richmond.
It is, it's
Yeah,
looking
I
at
think this
this.
is Richmond
Yeah,
Bridge.
no, I
It is.
assume
That's
that.
Richmond.
And it's making it look like we're bringing
Yeah.
Richmond into our grasp, into our hug.
In direct agreement, to be honest, I mean,
It's from
when
Home Depot, looking
Oh,
at.
don't take it.
when we present in
No,
Richmond,
it's from their, from San
I think showing you Marin
Right.
doesn't convey as much what people are identifying with. But if you want to come with me up to the hills in Richmond Heights and take a picture of Marin, I'm there with you. We should do that.
But then they'll say you're taking
That's a
your
picture of
younger
Marin.
in.
This-
Well, it doesn't really, it's late.
Your point is well taken.
And it sounds like you've thought about it, and that's the most important.
It's late, it has way too much energy.
And he goes past the wind tunnels, that's what cracks me up. He goes straight to the bridge.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good job, yay.
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Item 15, regulatory.
Well, we
We're
actually
still
didn't quite
continuing
finish
this.
with communications. Justin has a little more for us on that.
Make it
Just,
fast.
I know you've heard it before, but I promise you this will actually be very brief. This one will go as advertised. So most of this is actually been covered by John already.
Okay.
We are doing, when we're going through with our rate setting procedures, there are certain requirements that we've set forth in our implementation plan for notification to customers. And some of those requirements are really based off of what the CPUC requires of PG&E. And by accepting the proposed rates that we accepted earlier today from John, we are now required to engage in notification of our customers. So we're actually going to be doing that in a couple of different ways. Our requirement is that we publish a notice at least once in a newspaper of general circulation within our service area within 10 days. We're actually going to be going quite a bit beyond that. We'll be posting a public notice that will run for 3 consecutive days in the Marin Independent Journal, as well as the Pacific Sun newspaper. We'll also be posting a notice in the Marin Scope community newspapers, and we will be making posts on the Larkspur Corte Madera patch, the Mill Valley patch, the Novato patch, the San Anselmo Fairfax patch, and the San Rafael patch as well. The language for the notice that will appear in print is before you in this item. In addition to that, we are also obligated to notice customers directly through on-bill messaging. The on-bill notice actually gives us an extremely limited amount of space to work with, and we have a lot of information that we're trying to fit in here. So a sample of what that will look like on the bill is available also at the bottom of the staff item.
Great. Any further questions?
Wasn't as much fun as this.
Thanks, Justin.
But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we do appreciate that.
Okay, so Beth, and last but not least,
Yeah, thank you so much.
regulatory update.
I'll try to go through this quickly. It's really late. So, first of all, welcome to our new directors. If you have any questions about acronyms that I use or if I'm going through things too quickly, just let me know. I'm also happy to meet with folks one-on-one, although nobody has ever taken me up on it. people call Alex all the time, but he's also always like that. You just saw him in his purest form. So this is, as you noticed, the regulatory packet was a little bit long this month. It was a little over 300 pages of the filings that we submitted over the past 2 months at the Public Utilities Commission. So we've been busy. So as we noted in our last board meeting, which was at the end of December, it was leading up to the last commission meeting of the year, and so there are a lot of action items that happened at the end of the year, and they're all highly relevant. So I'm going to touch on what happened wrapping up at the end of 2012 and what we're looking at the beginning of 2013. So the first item up is the SB 790 proceeding. So this is the recent CCA legislation. That can be really conceptualized in sort of 2 components. One is a code of conduct that the IOUs are required to comply with, and the second component really relates to cost shifting, cross-subsidization, and other competitive issues. So the proceeding that we had been heavily involved with this past year related to the code of conduct, we were reasonably disappointed with how the decision was trending. We did some last-minute lobbying and actually had some good victories, had some of the most egregious language removed. Things like that IOUs are not allowed to leverage leverage their energy efficiency programs to convince communities to not do CCA. So, this is not, we sort of stopped the bleeding on that one. It's worth noting that no later than March 31st, PG&E is going to be submitting an advice letter, which is going to indicate whether or not it's going to market against us and market against Sonoma and the city and county of San Francisco. So we don't know which way that one's going to go, but we'll be interested to find out. Another oops, did I skip two? No, okay. One of the items that John had touched on related to GHG compliance costs and how PG&E's rates are temporarily low. This is a little bit of a flow chart regarding cap and trade. This is cap and trade in a nutshell, actually. What we have is PG&E has some cap and trade allowances, so carbon credits that PG&E receives. This is just how the CARB program was set up. They auction those rights, and then they return that rate decrease to all of their distribution customers. But the costs are actually being incurred by the generation providers. And so these are through increased GHG costs or higher renewable costs, however you're going to offset that. And those funnel into sort of rate increases, which is consistent with what we've seen both in PG&E's rate increases and in ours. So this is relevant because, oops, wrong button. There's the end of year decision at the commission was relevant in two key parts. One is that the way that the commission took care to return the GHG revenues that PG&E is auctioning off on our customers' behalf. A core concept was that it be competitively neutral. We're very happy with the outcome on the allowance and revenue front. One of the things that's a little bit complicated, however, is the methodology isn't yet set. And so the commission doesn't want to have any of the GHG costs, the bundled customer, so PG&E's GHG costs pass through to customers until both of the methodology has been set for revenue, which means that they're essentially, their rates are lower than they should be at this point in time, and they'll be higher later. However, we have a timing issue with the enrollment of our Richmond customers. We want to make sure that people are getting a clear view on what the actual costs they will be facing on a going forward basis, not an artificially low generation cost. So we filed a petition for modification of the decision on this specific timing issue, and we hope to have resolution on that in the coming months. It's not a quick process, but it's underway. This is sort of an interesting precedent that we had this past year. We were not directly involved in this, but we did lobby at the end of the year in support of a proposed decision down in the San Diego territory, which basically states that a rate option that SDG&E wanted to implement, it's only available to bundled customers, and only bundled customers are going to pay for it. So who benefits pays. This doesn't sound earth-shattering, but in many circumstances, there's some cross-subsidization happening. And so this is very good precedent for us, and we hope to leverage that going forward. Now coming into the 2013 priority proceedings, and what we're looking at both strategically and practically here are the remaining components of SB 790. This is the petition for rulemaking that we filed at the end of last year. We're looking to have some action and forward movement there. We received several responses to our petition for rulemaking. It was wholeheartedly supported by the irrigation districts and the municipal utilities. In part, it was supported by CLECA, especially as it related to non-bypassable charges. And without any surprise, it was opposed by the IOUs, which indicates that I am doing my job right. So, the next item I want to talk about, and again, please read the 300-page regulatory packet. You're gonna be really, it's compelling. But I'm trying to make it as short as possible because it is 11:30 at night.
6 minutes, 26 seconds.
So, the next item that I want to talk about is the long-term procurement plan. And these are the long-term procurement plans for the investor-owned utilities. There's a proposed decision that just came out regarding the cost allocation mechanism, which essentially is a way by which the investor-owned utilities are procuring on our customers' behalf. We would rather procure on our own customers' behalf. And in fact, the way that the proposed decision is currently phrased, we don't think complies with law. But in any event, just to describe what CAM is, in pictures, you sort of have a bundled energy product. It gets broken into two pieces, energy and capacity. The net capacity cost gets paid by our customers as well as the bundled customers. And so they're making, so the investor-owned utility, in our case PG&E, is making RA procurement decisions on our customers' behalf. There are a lot of policy reasons that I'm not going to get into right now, but we've been opposing this for a long time, and we're going to be seeing some dramatic action coming up soon. There are a couple of proposed decisions that are slated for the coming commission agenda. One relates to CAM treatment for a specific project in the San Diego territory, and another is the LTVP decision. And so there's going to be a rate-setting deliberative meeting that the commission is holding. That's a non-public meeting where they're going to really hash through these CAM issues. And so I really see this as a turning point or an indication of what the commission's attitude and policies are going to be going forward as they relate to competitive markets and community choice aggregation. I see you checking the time over there. I'm going fast. On a per slide basis, I'm going fast. So, boy, we're covering a lot of territory here, by the way. The next item that we're involved in here is the PG&E general rate case. This happens once every 3 years. It happens in 2 phases. The first phase is the phase that has already started up here. We're already involved in it. It looks at the reasonableness of costs and how those costs should be allocated between gas distribution, and electric generation. Phase 2, which is going to come up in April, is really rate design, which we'll also be involved in. 3 of the key items that we're involved in here are some inappropriate rate shifting from generation to distribution. So essentially more overhead costs of PG&E are being borne by distribution customers. It creates an artificial subsidy for the generation ratepayers. So this impacts our competitiveness, and we try to fix these problems as we come across them, and it seems to happen a lot. The next issue that we touched on is, it's a small dollar amount, but it is fundamentally unacceptable, which is PG&E would like to have ratepayers, instead of their shareholders, pay for customer retention. So this means, folks who want to start their own, thank you. It's almost as humorous as the other presentations, except it's kind of sad haha instead of funny haha. Essentially this is for municipalization and other efforts. So folks who really are interested in leaving PG&E, PG&E wants to retain them. We don't think that is a good policy for the commission to follow. Also, we're looking at various nuclear decommissioning litigation issues, large dollar amount. It's not looking like it's allocated properly, and again, not in our favor. The last item is, I just wanted to let you know is, you're welcome. And actually, I don't have to touch on this too much, but as you know, the BCIA has been going down. That significant decrease is really relates a lot to the methodology that we fought for and won on last year. And so I think that we're generating a lot of cost savings for our customers. And the gen rate increase was also discussed by John Valesi. But I really do encourage you to ask questions, read the regulatory packet. If you have any questions at all, I'm always available.
Let me just add real briefly that the energy efficiency compliance filing, which shows the changes to our program to the CPUC, is included in the regulatory packet as well. Yep. So if you have questions, it's there.
And again, what Beth really underscores every time she presents is, we're a utility. And so we're dealing with PUC on a regular basis. We're doing filings. Beth is doing a great job. We have very solid outside regulatory counsel as well. So once again, thanks. Questions for Beth at this hour? Okay, well, thank you again, everyone. This is a great meeting. Covered a lot of ground.